Chapter 1804. Half an hour later, the thousands of soldiers in the Huayang Pass had all retreated from the Huayang Pass. It was enough to show the order of the Beiliang Frontier Army and Chen Jibao's insight into military affairs. White Fox was the last to leave the city, with Chu Lushan. Suddenly, she turned her horse around and pulled out the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers hanging from her waist. She threw them high into the air and into the city. In the small courtyard, Su Fengnian walked down the steps. Chen Jibao slowly walked out of the house where the coffin was placed. Standing on the steps, the tip of the plum wine spear in his hand turned from green to purple in an instant. In the face of Su Fengnian, a martial arts grandmaster who was almost at the top of the martial arts world, even if he was seriously injured, no matter how arrogant Chen Jibao, who now had the luck of Shishu, was, he still would not underestimate him. Chen Jibao casually thrust his spear forward. For some reason, it did not have the majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers that ordinary people imagined. The plum wine overflowing with purple qi pierced through Su Fengnian's chest. Chen Jibao's wrist trembled slightly, and the originally taut spear body suddenly bent like a bow, shooting towards Su Fengnian's chest. This was the arc character of the Spear Immortal King embroidery forward formula. Su Fengnian's hand lightly pushed against the arc of the spear body, and the plum wine was not pushed out. Instead, in an instant, it exploded with a shattering force that was like a bolt of heavenly lightning striking down on the mortal world. Su Fengnian's open palm turned into a bent finger, and his figure slowly retreated. He leisurely strolled in the courtyard and pointed his finger, enlightening the hidden force of the Spear Immortal King embroidery, one by one. Suddenly, Su Fengnian's body seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. His feet did not leave the ground and slid backward. He finally stopped at the moment when he was about to lean against the high wall of the small courtyard. Perhaps the back of his clothes was only a thin line away from the wall. Su Fengnian swallowed a mouthful of blood and gently waved his sleeves, forcibly suppressing the turbulent qi inside his body. After suffering a moderate loss, Su Fengnian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He looked at the king of Shu in white, who did not take advantage of the victory to pursue after the spear strike. It was very strange. This person's qi flow was not outstanding, only 500 or 600 li, not to mention that he could not compare with Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, and the others who could easily reach 700 or 800 li, not to mention that Li Chungang had broken through 2,600 armor with one sword strike during the battle at the Guangling River, crossing the 1,000 li distance that Ancestor Lu praised as the threshold of the celestial being. In terms of qi flow, perhaps Chen Jibao could not compare with Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was like the sun in the midday sky in the Central Plains. Since ancient times, the way of the sword had been a battle of will and power. It was the same for the martial arts in the world. However, no one could deny the importance of continuous qi flow. It was almost the foundation of a martial artist in the Jianghu. However, even though Chen Jibao's qi flow was not outstanding, he was still able to integrate Wang Xiu's 4 words formula into his spear strike. It seemed that he had only used 30 to 40% of his strength, yet he was able to display a very elegant and relaxed style. Chen Jibao, who had gained the upper hand in one move, said indifferently, "This spear strike is for the 300,000 cavalrymen of Beiliang, those Beiliang Frontier Army, whose names have been engraved on the stone tablet, should not have died so sullenly." Su Fengnian did not engage in any argument with Chen Jibao. He slowly gathered his strength. In the previous battle at Guangling River, Su Fengnian had already experienced Chen Jibao's plum wine. Moreover, the great Grandmaster of Spring and Autumn, Wang Xiu, who had taught Chen Jibao his spear techniques, was originally from Beiliang. Furthermore, his two junior brothers, Su Yanbing and Han Laozhan, had served the Su family for many years. Logically speaking, Su Fengyin should be in a favorable position. Moreover, he was already well-versed in the various martial arts in the world. Even if Wang Xiu's spear technique could not be said to have reached the pinnacle, he should still have a deep understanding of its essence. However, once he faced Qin Jibao's elusive plum wine, he always had an inexplicable feeling that he was powerless. Even if Su Fengyin was stronger in terms of realm, when he truly attacked, it was very difficult for him to exert 10% of his strength. It should be known that when Su Fengyin faced Wang Xianji, who was known to have defeated 9 people in the martial arts assessment, he was able to exert 12% of his strength. When he fought with Tuoba in the western region for thousands of miles, he could be said to have exerted his full strength from beginning to end. Now that Su Fengyin had been severely injured by Tuoba, it was increasingly difficult for him to deal with the plum wine. However, no matter how perilous the situation was, Su Fengyin did not complain at all. He did not resent Qin Jibao for taking advantage of the situation. This was just like the difficult situation Beiliang was in now. Since the general trend of the world was like this, if they wanted to survive, they had to ignore whether or not the Beimang army's methods in the Liang temple were not open and above board. In fact, it was not up to Beiliang to care about these things. As the old saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Su Fengyin had always firmly believed that whether he listened to heaven's will or not, or whether heaven's will was good or bad, was secondary. What he had to do was to do his best and never give up before he felt that he had done his best. At this time, the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers fell into a small courtyard outside Huayang Pass. Su Fengyin did not move, allowing the sabers to stick into the courtyard. Qin Jibao did not stop the 2 famous sabers from falling either. Only the tip of his spear trembled slightly, and the purple clouds swayed slightly. It was not that Su Fengyin did not want to take on the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers, but he could not. Qin Jibao made his move again, sweeping to a place about a spear's distance away from Su Fengyin, who was standing in the corner. However, in the next moment, although Su Fengyin did not move at all, Qin Jibao's swift and violent spear pierced into Su Fengyin's left side a few steps away. The plum wine was lightly pressed against the wall and did not touch it until it reached a certain point. Su Fengyin's clothes were cut horizontally across his chest, and blood gradually seeped out. Su Fengyin frowned. Qin Jibao's spear was very fast. It was originally a straight thrust, but it was not so fast that Su Fengyin could not dodge it. Therefore, Su Fengyin only took 3 steps forward, but the tip of the plum wine's spear appeared in front of his chest in an instant. Therefore, when Su Fengyin returned to his original position, his clothes were still cut by the not-so-sharp tip of the spear. Qin Jibao slowly withdrew the plum wine. The secluded courtyard's door was not closed, and a gentle breeze brushed past his face. There was a jujube tree in the corner of the courtyard, and it was laden with fruits. Jujubes alternating between green and red hung from its branches. Whenever the autumn wind arrived in the northwest, almost every family in Beiliang would buy and eat jujubes. Even the physically weak children could easily shake them. Some married women who had not yet given birth, according to custom, would even stand under the jujube tree and have the younger generation of their family pick the slender branches of the jujube tree. They would shake them vigorously and let the red jujubes fall on their heads, symbolizing the early birth of a child on that unremarkable jujube tree. A jujube suddenly silently left the branch, bumping into the branches and other jujubes below, and then falling to the ground. Su Fengyin made an unimaginable movement. His hands were inserted into his sleeves, and he adopted a posture as if he was waiting for death. His face was somewhat pale as he looked at Qin Jibao. after the jujube tree, which was even more unremarkable than the jujube tree, gently fell to the ground, it actually exploded with a bang. The plum wine in Chenjibao's hand seemed as if it had been struck by an invisible flying sword. Thunder fell in the mortal world and reverberated in the heavens. This was the divine intent of Gu Jiantang's ultimate skill, the Thunder Core. However, the wrist that controlled all things to become a flying sword, and the realm where the heart and the sword moved was the root of the Wu family's sword path. After the first jujube left the branch and fell to the ground, the jujubes suddenly fell like rain, one after another rapidly falling to the ground. Some exploded with a dull sound, while others fell to the ground quietly. Circle after circle of ripples of varying heights surged out from Chun Jibao's surroundings, and it was like countless pebbles were smashed onto a calm lake. The profound scene was like lotus flowers blooming out of thin air on a piece of snow-white paper under the hand of an immortal. Chun Jibao closed his eyes and held the plum wine tightly. Even if the ripples were 3 feet above his head, he still did not dodge, let alone use his spear to break the stalemate. A ring of ripples spread slightly in the air, just an inch above his shoulder. Chun Jibao was patiently waiting for Su Fengnian's killer move, waiting for the moment when Su Fengnian had the intention to kill. As for the seemingly mysterious ripples, they were nothing but a smokescreen. For Chun Jibao's plum wine, there was no such thing as a flawless first move in the world. He was confident that he could defeat Dong Tai, who was said to be unparalleled in the world, with one spear strike. Therefore, no matter who he was fighting, he was in an invincible position, let alone this young vassal king, who was at the end of his rope. Some of the ripples carelessly swayed far away from Chun Jibao. When all the jujubes fell to the ground, Su Fengnian's sleeves moved slightly, and small and exquisite flying swords quietly hovered in front of him. At the same time, the ripples that had disappeared around Chun Jibao reappeared. Large and small, high and low, each of the ripples produced a swaying snow-white lotus flower. A small courtyard seemed to be full of lotus flowers, and there was a faint tinkling sound. This was the lightning pool of Great Peace City's gatekeeper Lu Haosher and the great yellow court of Wudang sect master Wang Zhonglo. The lightning pool was full of lotus flowers. In desperate straits, life was full of vitality. Chapter 1805. Chun Jibao slowly opened his eyes, as if he had sensed the strange phenomenon in the small courtyard. He did not have the slightest awareness that he was in a dangerous situation. Instead, he leisurely looked around carefully. The pond was filled with lotus flowers, swaying gracefully. These lotus flowers should be the materialization of Su Fengnian's spiritual will. The young vassal king who had once inherited Gao Shulu's celestial physique needed to use this kind of celestial method that did not require the use of qi to face the enemy. It seemed that the battle at the Dragon Eye Plains had indeed damaged his foundation. Chun Jibao's line of sight looked past the lotus flowers in front of him and saw the 9 pocket-sized flying swords hovering in front of Su Fengnian. He was probably afraid that this thunder pond would not be able to trap him, so he needed to rely on these flying swords, which also did not require the use of qi, to guard against the sudden killing of the plum wine in his hand. He did not know if these 9 small objects were a gift from the legendary peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai. It was said that Dong Tai had given him 12 of them in one go. After that, Su Fengnian had lost some to the enemy outside Xinwu City, Kathan Shengxian, as well as in the battle with Wang Xianji. Could it be that they had not been replenished? Su Fengnian's face grew paler and paler. He lowered his head and stared at the 9 flying swords hovering in front of him. They were not a gift from Dong Tai, as Chun Jibao had guessed. Instead, he had asked the great master of the Moism of Mount Qingliang to forge them. The peach blossom sword god had once talked about the process of him forging and nurturing the flying swords. Dong Tai had grown up in the sinister sword mountain of the Wu family's sword tomb, where countless swords were buried. The first ancient sword he had pulled out was Tai. However, Tai had long decayed and broke as soon as it was pulled out. Dong Tai still used the sword's name as his name. After that, he successively found 11 swords that had a mysterious resonance with him. Because he hated the Wu family that had abandoned him and left him to fend for himself on the Sword Mountain, Dong Tai did not bring any of the ancient swords out of the tomb. After he left the sword tomb empty-handed, he only took 12 sword wills and finally forged 12 flying swords that were stored in a small box. They were respectively Xianjia, Childhood Sweetheart, Morning Dew, Spring Water, Peach Blossom, Moth May, Vermilion Bird, Huang Tong, and Golden Thread Tai. Su Fengnian had returned to Beiliang after the battle with the imperial astronomer and forged 9 swords according to this method. Fengdu, Old Flood Dragon. These 2 swords were a pair. One was reminiscent of Fengdu's green Pao Air, and the other was the old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat who had once said on the river, "The only sword in my life where there are flood dragons slay flood dragons." Moose Fish. The first time he heard of this name, it was the state scholar teacher from Tide Listening Pavilion who said that Su Fengnian was a kind of bookworm. According to legend, it liked to live among piles of old books. Water Spirit. It was because before Su Fengnian forged the swords, he thought of the huge turtle at the Spring God Lake, who had lived for an unknown number of years. Beautiful Beard. Liang Imperial Court once had a tailor. He had a purple beard and blue eyes. In his later years, his integrity was not guaranteed. Although he was Beiliang's great enemy, from Su Shao to Li Yishan to Su Fengnian, they all respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Childish Interest. He still remembered the first time he went to Beimang and passed by the Tuma Pass at the border of Yuzhou. There was a child who longed for the Jianghu who plucked up his courage and reached out to him, saying that he wanted to touch Su Fengnian's saber. Wild Fox. Once, he chatted with Juzi Subeiji. This strategist had once teased him that the new prince of Liang cultivated the wild fox Diana, which was not orthodox and would inevitably be plagued with misfortune. Mutton Fat. It was because Su Fengnian thought of the servant girl in Wutangen who liked to put on scarlet rouge. He didn't know if she was doing well in Dunhuang. He also didn't know if Huyen Dagwan would be able to persuade her to return to Beimang and bring her home this time after entering Beiliang's hinterland. Yi Shun. A dead tree is fragrant. What about a dead person? Su Fengnian had been to many places, met many people, and seen many sceneries. But in the end, he still liked the barren and cold Beiliang the most. He liked this place where every family once wore white clothes. Fengdu, Yishun, Moosefish, Water Spirit, Old Jiao, Beautiful Beard, Childish Interest, Wild Fox, and Mutton Fat. Not only did Su Fengnian give these 9 flying swords a divine, they also contained the spirit in the depths of Su Fengnian's heart. Chen Jibao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 9 pocket-sized flying swords with different divine wills. It was like he was looking at the life of this young vassal king. In reality, Chen Jibao had already looked on coldly like this for more than 20 years. When he first saw Su Fengnian, Chen Jibao was just a youth who had just entered the Manjia battalion. He wasn't even 14 years old. At that time, his dream was to one day be able to wear armor and ride horses under the heavens with a long spear in hand. When he carefully took the child lying in swaddling clothes from Wang Fei's hands and looked at that young and tender face, Chen Jibao smiled very happily. His son, Su Shao, had helped the Zhao family of Liyang establish the Central Plains. The white-clothed war saint, whose name had spread throughout the capital, had given up the title of king and had silently followed the Su family army to Beiliang. Especially after Wang Fei's death, This man had become even more taciturn, neither too far nor too close. Looking at the young heir surnamed Su, who had abandoned all restraint in Wutong'an and idled about outside Qingliang Mountain, the young heir's carefree and unfettered manner compared to the smoke of the wars of the spring and autumn period. That young man's reputation was too disreputable, while the old soldiers of the Su family died too nameless. There was a stark contrast. Chen Zhibao naturally did not have the slightest favorable impression of such a young man, but to say that Chen Zhibao had long harbored killing intent towards Su Fengnian, or to say that he harbored thoughts of rebellion against Bailiang, he had overestimated Su Fengnian and underestimated Chen Zhibao. This was because Chen Zhibao had never regarded Su Fengnian as a worthy opponent. In the past, his only opponent in Jianghu was the spear immortal Wang Xiu, and on the battlefield, there was only the spring and autumn period weapon Yi Baikue. Chen Zhibao suddenly thrust his spear like a dragon, thrusting his spear towards Su Fengnian, who had a courtyard full of lotus flowers and 9 flying swords lined up in front of him. His momentum was like the Guangling River flowing into the sea. Wherever the spear passed, the lotus flowers created by Su Fengnian's spiritual will shattered. Su Fengnian's body did not move at all. He only raised one hand, his index finger gently spinning. 9 flying swords flashed and disappeared, drawing 9 slender trajectories in the air. The 9 collisions between the flying swords and the spear were crisp and pleasing to the ear, like the sound of wind chimes under the eaves of a pond of lotus flowers in a house. Although the flying swords were small, their strength was enormous, their momentum heavy, so much so that Chen Zhibao's plum wine deviated from its straight trajectory several times before it approached Su Fengnian's throat. At the critical moment, when the spear was about to pierce Su Fengnian's throat, he tilted his head and bent his knees slightly. The tip of the plum wine's spear scraped a bloody groove on the left side of his neck. Leaning forward slightly, Su Fengnian seemed to have picked up the plum wine on his shoulder and then suddenly charged forward. Chen Zhibao's wrist trembled, and the plum wine pressed down. Su Fengnian's shoulder made a loud bang, but his forward momentum did not stagnate in the slightest. Chen Zhibao's wrist swayed slightly to the right, and the plum wine that smashed into Su Fengnian's shoulder seemed to have the power to sweep away an army of 1,000 soldiers. Su Fengnian, who continued to charge forward, fell to the right, but did not fall, just in time to avoid the plum wine that was trying to cut off his head. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The difference of a hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Su Fengnian raised his elbow to block the plum wine, preventing the spear from changing its move. Then he sent a palm strike toward Chen Zhibao, who had left a large gap in front of him. Chen Zhibao looked as if Su Fengnian was about to close in on him, but he didn't withdraw his spear or retreat, nor did he intend to use the plum wine to change his moves. He directly exchanged a punch and a palm with Su Fengnian. Chapter 1806. Su Fengnian's palm struck Chen Zhibao's forehead, while Chen Zhibao's fist smashed into Su Fengnian's forehead between his eyebrows. Both of their bodies swayed, trying their best to stabilize their bodies. Neither of them was willing to take even half a step back. Then each of them viciously kicked out with their feet, still seeking only offense and abandoning defense. This time, both of them finally took a few steps back. Then, almost at the same time, they took a few steps forward. Just like before, they raised their arms and struck out with their elbows. The 2 of them, who had been hit in the head, staggered to the left and right. When Su Fengnian and Bodhisattva Tuoba fought in a narrow alley in a small city in the western region, both of them only moved within a small area. They gave up on the pursuit of a powerful aura and instead used their Tao field in a snail's shell, showing the graceful bearing of a grandmaster who had returned to his original simplicity. Today's battle in Chen Zhibao's courtyard could be said to be a different approach to achieve the same result. After the two of them, separated by a small distance, Chen Zhibao, who originally held the plum wine in his hand, did not necessarily have the advantage of making the first move. After all, the plum wine was too long. It was just that Chen Zhibao, whose spear technique had reached perfection, suddenly grasped the air in his palm, causing the spear to slide backwards. After grasping the plum wine tightly in his hand, it became like a 3-foot-long sword that was at the perfect distance to meet the enemy. As a result, the plum wine spear tip struck Su Fengnian's palm earlier. Even though the plum wine spear tip was unusually blunt, when it struck Su Fengnian's chest, it immediately sent the pale-faced Su Fengnian flying backwards. Chen Zhibao, who had succeeded in one strike, frowned for some reason. As his body slid backwards, Su Fengnian spread out his arms. His 9 fingers were spread out, leaving only one finger bent. Su Fengnian's 9 fingers separately guided the 9 flying swords that had once again appeared in the air. Under the guidance of the 9 swords, not only did the momentum of his retreat abruptly stop, but it also immediately followed up with a forward momentum as fast as lightning. Su Fengnian leaped high into the air and pressed down with his finger. All of the slightly swaying chi lotuses in the small courtyard dissipated, and the divine will from all directions gathered on his finger. Li Chungang had once wielded his sword on a muddy path in the rain. Immortal, one sword knelt down. Chen Zhibao raised his plum wine spear in front of him. The plum wine was flicked by a finger, and the spear bent in an exaggerated arc. The tip of the arc heavily smashed onto Chen Zhibao's forehead. The king of Shu was knocked back until his back was pressed against the wall. Only then was he able to stop himself. After Su Fengnian's feet landed on the ground, he said calmly, "I'll return the slap you gave me on behalf of Beiliang's 300,000 cavalrymen." Chen Zhibao forcibly swallowed the blood that was about to gush out of his throat. He tightened his grip on the spear, and only then did the plum wine in his hand stop shaking violently. Chen Zhibao twitched the corner of his mouth and looked around. The coffin in the house, the jujube tree in the corner, the scattered dates on the ground, and the 2 embroidered winter-spring thunders that had never been used. Finally, he looked at the young king, who had just suffered one disaster after another. Chen Zhibao slowly took off the spearhead and walked into the house. He put the plum wine back into the cloth bag and carried it on his back. He walked straight to the door of the courtyard. Just as he was about to step out of the threshold, he stopped, turned his back to Su Fengnian, and sneered, "You don't even dare to rebel. How can you be the king of Beiliang?" Su Fengnian asked back, "Do you know why Su Shao doesn't want you to be the king of Beiliang?" Chen Zhibao took a step out of the courtyard and left behind a strange sentence. "We both know that this matter has nothing to do with you." Su Fengnian stood where he was and did not stop Chen Zhibao from leaving. Some things, it was not about whether one dared to do it or not, but whether one could or did not want to do it. Previously, when the two fought on the Guangling River, they did not reach the point of exchanging lives. Today, it was still the same because neither of them wanted to. At that time, Su Fengnian wanted to lead 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry to save Jiang and I, and Chen Zhibao, who had left the territory of the king of Beiliang, wanted to obtain chestnuts from the fire of Guangling Road. Now, it was Su Fengnian who wanted to lead the Beiliang cavalry to block the 1 million troops of Beimang, and Chen Zhibao was most likely a tiger that had left the deep mountains and had truly begun to aspire to rule the world. Chen Zhibao slowly walked on the empty streets of Huayang Pass. After walking out of the city gate, he did not look at the thousands of elite cavalry outside the city with complicated expressions. He only said to the white face that had entered the city with him, "Do you want to come with me to Guangling Road, or do you want to stay in Beiliang?" Although Xie Guaniying is dead, no matter what his original intentions were, after all, he had helped me capture a bowl of shu jiao. Because of his kindness, I will return what I owe him to you. The white face nodded. It just so happens that I want to go back to my hometown. It's on the way with you." Both of them were dressed in white and were the most romantic people in the world. Chu Lushan hesitated for a moment, but still asked the cavalry under his command to leave 2 Bailiang war horses for them. Chen Zhibao did not refuse. Chu Lushan looked at the former Bailiang governor who had mounted the horse and said angrily, "Surname Chun, the next time you come to Bailiang to stir up trouble, you won't get such treatment." Chen Zhibao, who was carrying 2 cloth bags on his back, did not pay attention to the fat man's threat and urged his horse to leave. The 2 horses went further and further away. The white face suddenly asked, "Chen Zhibao, what are you thinking? Why is there only murderous intent, but no murderous intent? If not for this, I would have stopped you from entering Huayang Pass." Chen Zhibao remained silent. The white face suddenly turned the horse's head and said self-mockingly, "I almost forgot. Wait for a moment, I'll go get my sabers." Chen Zhibao rode slowly for a while, and then gently pulled the reins. He looked back at Huayang Pass, or rather at the desolate Bailiang Pass in the distance, and said to himself, "There are some things that Su Fengnian can't do." Chen Zhibao did not say anything, but kept it in his heart. But there are also some things that Chen Zhibao can't do. Chen Zhibao looked at the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up. For the first time, he smiled knowingly. Perhaps it was not only friends who could have a tacit understanding and treat each other with sincerity, but also enemies. Although Chen Zhibao had scolded and ridiculed Su Fengnian when he saw him this time, in the final analysis, Chen Zhibao had no murderous intent because the young man had a clear bottom line that Chen Zhibao was well aware of. It was not that Chen Zhibao couldn't understand Su Fengnian's inner thoughts and the words that had never been spoken. How can I not want the 300,000 cavalrymen of Bailiang and the millions of people of Bailiang not to die? How can I not want all the civil and military officials of Bailiang to be beautiful? I don't want the Bailiang cavalry to die a worthy death. I just want everyone to live. I hope the world is peaceful. I hope that Bailiang will be as peaceful as the Central Plains. 20 years, 100 years. How can I not hope that no name will be carved on the steels of Mount Qingliang? Chen Zhibao collected his thoughts and felt a little pity for Su Fengnian. As expected of his son, as expected of Li Yishan's chosen disciple, he has never been truly happy in his life. Chen Zhibao sighed for no reason. He had come to Bailiang this time to save Qi Danghua. He also wanted to go to a certain place in Mount Qingliang to pay respects to the woman he had always regarded as his own mother. Chen Zhibao smiled. "My surname is not Su. My name is Zhibao." When White Fox Face returned to the small courtyard, it happened to see the lonely young vassal king sitting on the steps. He had a pair of sabers by his side and a handful of dates that were half green and half red in his robe. He was whistling melodiously. When he saw it, he smiled and nodded. Chapter 1807. An emergency military meeting was held in Huayang Pass. In addition to the commander of the Bailiang cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, Yan Wenluan, He Zhonghu, Chen Yunshui, great ancestor Gu, and Zhou Kong, these 5 generals with the highest official positions in the border army, as well as the governor Chu Lushan, the deputy generals of the left and right cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass, Liangzhou General Shifu and Yuzhou General Huang Fushi, the main generals of the 4 military towns of Fuling, Liuya, Zhongzhong, Qingyuan, and captains with real power, like Huang Laifu. More than 30 generals of Bailiang attended the meeting together. If the Empress of Beimang calculated the military merit by the number of people killed, whoever could break through this pass at this time would be a great military merit. Su Fengnian, who rarely directly meddled in the border affairs, called everyone together this time and proposed a bold strategy, which was far more radical than the previous established strategy. It was not as simple as Yuzhou infantry leaned to the west and Lingzhou cavalry leaned to the north, but he wanted to treat Liuzhou as the key battlefield that would determine the outcome of the Second Battle of Liangmang. Its status was even vaguely higher than that of the unbuilt Jebei city and the entire outside Liangzhou Pass. He Zhonghu and Chen Yinshui, the two deputy generals, both opposed the idea. Jean Partridge Zhoukong, who was a little junior in terms of seniority, clearly agreed with the young lord's idea. Yan Wenluan and great ancestor Gu did not express their opinions because it was too risky. Their king of Beiliang actually made it clear that he wanted to have a vigorous battle with Bei Meng. If you use a large number of troops to attack outside Liangzhou Pass, then I will destroy your Bei Meng southern dynasty. However, after great ancestor Gu weighed the pros and cons, he couldn't help but lower his head to look at the Liangmeng confrontation map on the table again. Deeply worried, he said, "Your Highness, this move might not necessarily be appropriate. Let's not even talk about whether or not our cavalry in Lu province can push all the way into the southern dynasty's hinterland north of Northern City, even if Luya and Fulling Grave have Yozhou's infantry helping to defend the city. In terms of military strength, we are clearly still at an absolute disadvantage. This type of disadvantage isn't something a few city walls can make up for. Once you, Luandao and Ning Amei, lead their troops west, the disparity in military strength will become even more exaggerated. It isn't that we can't lose Huayang Pass, these mountain passes and cities, but I fear that if we lose them too quickly, it will cause Generals He and Zhou's cavalry to lose their support. A slight move in one part will affect the entire body. In a hurry, how can Northern Meng's main army be able to stop Northern Meng's main force by just hanging a lone northern city outside the pass? Without Beiqing Pass, even if more than half of the southern dynasty of Beimeng is destroyed by the cavalry of Liuzhou, it will not make any difference to the overall situation. Yan Wenluan put one hand behind his back as he pointed at the map with the other hand. Let's look at this matter in reverse. Let's assume that there is no battle at the Calabash Pass, and all the main forces of our Yuzhou infantry are transferred to the outside of Liangzhou Pass instead of the original 30,000 soldiers. In this way, the effect of Fulling Grave and Liuzhou Pass will be greater. For example, let me stay in Huayang Pass while great ancestor Gu leads the troops to assist in the defense of Heavy Grave. Chen Yinshui chooses to connect with Qingyuan army in Liuzhou province. In this way, the overall defense line in the north of Beiqing Pass could at least win Liuzhou cavalry 2 to 3 months. Before the two deputy commanders of the infantry under Yan Wenluan spoke, He Zhong, the general of the left cavalry, hurriedly said, "No, absolutely not. Everyone here is on the same side, so there are some things that everyone understands even if I don't say them out loud. To the north of Northern Meng City, Huayang Pass is already destined to fall, let alone the several towns of Liuya and Lingling. Could it be that the three of you want to give the Northern Mang barbarians 3 chances of becoming vassal kings for nothing?" Speaking of this, He Zhong suddenly hesitated as he looked at Su Fingyan and Chu Lushan, who were standing side by side. "Lord, it's not that He Zhong looked down on those young generals of Liuzhou province. In fact, I admire Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Chao Wei, and Yu Wandao, who are known as the twin walls of West Chu. In the future, I might not even be qualified to carry their shoes. However, we can't afford to make any mistakes in the upcoming war. Those barbarians of Beimeng, Dongzhua, and Huang Songpu can make some mistakes, but we of Beiliang can't make any mistakes. After all, those young men are too young. Moreover, Liuzhou originally had the experienced and prudent Huang Songpu. Now that Lantua Mountain has changed sides, there aren't many cavalry in Liuzhou. Moreover, other than the Longxiang army, which can be considered to be from the main camp, the rest of the cavalry were formed not long ago. Between them, There isn't a tacit understanding that can only be cultivated through battle after battle. If there's a mistake in any part, won't we lose the whole game? Zhou Kong frowned and suggested with a lack of confidence, if old general, he is worried that Liuzhou doesn't have a backbone, why don't we let Commander Yuan take charge of the situation? Chu Lushan shook his head and said, Yuan's Wuzong is indispensable to the cavalry battle outside of Liangzhou Pass. We need a cavalry general. He must be able to use the cavalry to the level of distant water can quench a nearby thirst. This kind of thing, in Beiliang, only Yuan's Wuzong can do. Even I, Chu Lushan, can't do it. Therefore, most of the young cavalry generals in Liuzhou have to fight for themselves. It's been like this from the beginning to the end. In the Battle of the Princess's Tomb, which determined the decisive battle of the Western Fortress, Yuan's Wuzong was undoubtedly the biggest hero. Therefore, it could be said that if Yuan's Wuzong did not lead the long-distance raid, the Central Plains would still be a different story. Chu Lushan once made a magnificent feat of leading thousands of cavalry into Shu. Together with Lu Xingxiang's Luzhou in the snowy night, they were known as the two classic cavalry battles in the Spring and Autumn War. However, compared to Yuan's Wuzong's sudden raid on the Princess Tomb, it was undoubtedly inferior. Even Chen Zhibao admitted afterwards that he realized the significance of the Princess Tomb battlefield later than Yuan's Wuzong. So the first thing Su Fengnian did after his succession was to make Yuan's Wuzong the commander of the cavalry, and Chu Lushan the first general of northern Liang in name. Reality proved that this combination of one real and one fake, the new king of Liang, who had not been able to truly convince the people at the time, did not choose the wrong person. It was also because of this that the northern Liang border army did not have a great shock. Su Beiji, who had just secretly returned to Beiliang from the mansion of the administrator of Lianghuai, stood in the corner without saying a word. He was a little tired after the long journey, so he just stood there and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 1808. Yan Wenluan, who was short and thin, but had an imposing manner that suppressed the generals in the hall, bent two fingers and knocked on the table. She turned her head and asked, Commander Chu, Chao Wei transferred 10,000 cavalry from the border army, Yu Wandao's 10,000 Yochi cavalry, Ko Jianghuai, mixed with a considerable number of young and strong cavalry from Liuzhou, plus Xie Shibian, who temporarily took over the two towns of Linyao and Fengxiang, with a total of no more than 6,000 cavalry, and Ningamei's iron stupa that was urgently replenished after its vitality was greatly damaged. The five of them added together were no more than 2 times Yan Wenluan's age. Do you really want to bet on them to turn the tide? Aren't we asking too much of the old people in Liangzhou and Yuzhou? The root of this debate was actually whether these young people could shoulder the great responsibility and whether they deserved the sacrifice of the border army of Liangzhou if they couldn't hurt Beimeng's southern dynasty and force the middle army of Beimeng into the situation of entering the enemy alone, no matter how many enemies the Liuzhou cavalry killed. Even if they killed all the civil and military officials in the imperial court of Shijing, as great ancestor Gu said, it wouldn't do any good to the overall situation. Once Beicheng was lost, Liangzhou, which had no military strength, would definitely fall, and there would be no need to fight this war. Chu Lushan rubbed his hands and grinned. He looked at the young lord out of the corner of his eyes. Just as Su Fengnian was about to speak, Su Beiji finally spoke. When the great general led the Su family army to the south and north, they trampled the 6 countries. I remember that King of Shu Chen Zhibao, Commander Chu, and Commander Yuan were all very young. Su Pu Wuqi, and the others weren't that old either. Even General Yan was considered a young general. That's why the Ministry of War of Liang had the sarcasm of Kid Lieutenant, General Crown. Whether it was Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Chao Wei, Yu Wandao, or Ningamei, they weren't the kind of great generals who only knew how to talk on paper. except for Chao Wei, who hadn't made any great military achievements. The others all had outstanding military achievements. For example, Chao Changqing dared to appoint Ko Jianghuai and Xie Shibian as the main generals of West Chu's eastern and western fronts, respectively. Why can't Bailiang rest assured? Su Beiji asked with a smile. Is it because the combat strength of our Liuzhou cavalry isn't worth mentioning? Can't we compare to the West Chu cavalry that was pieced together? Without waiting for anyone to give an answer, Su Beiji took a few steps forward and walked to the table. He continued, Bei Mang's Taiping commander-in-chief made this unwise decision because he wanted to encroach on the Bailiang cavalry bit by bit on the battlefield outside Liangzhou Pass. In fact, he was also forcing us Bailiang to follow this unwise decision together with Bei Mang. To put it bluntly, as long as the Bailiang cavalry chose to fight the Bei Mang barbarians north of Jbiqing to the end, then even if we didn't take any risks and didn't rely on the battle in Liuzhou to break the stalemate, everyone in this room would still be unable to escape death. It's just a matter of time. In my opinion, we shouldn't always think about how to not lose too badly. We shouldn't only think about sacrificing all of our border troops just to kill hundreds of thousands of Bei Mang cavalry. We should think about how to win, and win in a way that will convince Bei Mang and Liang wholeheartedly. Su Beiji pointed at the table. Suddenly, his smile disappeared. He said in a low voice, Now, the opportunity has come. It's right in front of our eyes. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at this fellow and smiled slightly. Yan Wenluan and He Zhonghu, these experienced generals, were not hot-blooded hotheads. After hearing Su Beiji's words, they didn't show too much excitement. Instead, they became more cautious. Partridge Zhoukong was publicly recognized as the most violent general in the Bailiang frontier army. He had always believed that the best defense was offense. He probably knew that the outcome of today's meeting would determine the survival of Bailiang. He didn't add oil to the fire. Instead, he said carefully, there is no need to doubt the talent of those young men. Now, I want to confirm one thing. That is, can the leaderless cavalry in Liuzhou really lead Huang Songpu by the nose? As the only civil official in Bailiang, Su Beiji suddenly made a move that made all the generals in the room not know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at the king of Bailiang not far away. You have to ask him about this. Today's dispute was caused by him. Su Fengnian, whose face was somewhat pale and sickly, couldn't help but laugh. He slowly said, Ko Jianghuai and Ko Jianghuai are used to using troops on the western border. I believe everyone has seen the report from Fu Shuifang and the report from the imperial court and have a general understanding of it. Each of them has their own peculiarities. The turning point of the Guangling War, the turning point of West Chu's national power, was actually when Ko Jianghuai left the battlefield in a fit of anger. As for the reason behind this, it is not within the scope of today's discussion, as it also involves Ko Jianghuai's privacy. However, when we look back at that battle that left the imperial court battered and battered, it is not difficult to realize that these two sides of West Chu, one on the left and the other on the right, surrounded and protected West Chu. Their opponents were Yan Zhenxuan, Yang Xinxing, Lu Xingxiang, Wu Zhongshuan, Chen Zhibao, and others, all of whom were masters of the art of war. Although the later stages of the war began to tilt in Liang's favor, there were also some factors outside of the battlefield that caused Lu Xingxiang and Chen Zhibao to not send out their full strength. However, West Chu was still able to maintain a balance of power, which was not easy. Thus, I am very much looking forward to seeing the two of them working together again in Liuzhou. Su Fengnian smiled and said, if Liuzhou's opponent was Dong Zhuo, who was adept at surprise attacks, and not Huang Songpu, who was prudent in using troops, I would be as worried as many people. In reality, in Liuzhou, the person I truly view as a great threat is that Zhong Tan who caused Mount Lantua to fall to Bei Mang's side. Chu Lushan said darkly. That is why His Highness has specially arranged a feast for that kid Zhong Tan. The 90 Wu family cavalry left outside Liangzhou Pass will be led by Su Yanbing to the western regions and cooperate with Chao Wei to kill Zhong Tan. Su Fengnian lowered his head to look at the map of Beimang's territory of the southern dynasties. He said softly, Beimang's military strength is extremely strong. Otherwise it would not give us such a headache. However, Beimang's imperial court is filled with all sorts of problems that have accumulated over time. There are far more undercurrents surging than we imagined. The reason why we are staking everything on one throw and using Liuzhou to break out of this stalemate is not because of the battle at the border of Liangmang, but rather within Beimang itself. I want the confrontation between the Yelu and Murong families of Beimang and the northern dynasties and the southern dynasties to be brought from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. I want that old woman, who has threatened to sell our heads by weight, to be unable to suppress the situation with an iron fist. Yen Wenluan thought deeply and nodded. This train of thought is very interesting. Then, Yen Wenluan's expression was complicated. He looked at Chun, Yunshui, He Zhonghu, and the other old fellows who had been in the military with him. We are old. Although we can still ride horses and draw bows and kill people, we are still old compared to you Wandao and the other young people. The autumn wind gradually picked up outside the room. For some reason, the old General Yen Wenluan, who was past his prime, looked outside the room in a daze. He muttered, "If we are old, then let us help the young people one last time." Su Fengnian looked at the crowd and smiled. I believe that the young people of Liuzhou can bring a pleasant surprise. I also believe that everyone in the room can defend North Jebei City. Su Fengnian paused for a moment. He reached out and pressed heavily on the map of Liangmang's situation on the table. If there must be a reason, then it is that our Beiliang cavalry is the best in the world. Chapter 1809. After the meeting ended, Su Fengnian took Su Beiji to a small courtyard to visit the old general He Zhonghu. When they arrived, they found that Yen Wenluan was also there. The four of them sat around a stone table. Su Fengnian looked at the fatigued commander of the left cavalry and felt a little worried. He Zhonghu's health had suddenly deteriorated in the past 2 years, giving people a feeling that he was about to die. After the first battle of Liangmang, the old general had privately submitted his resignation to Mount King Liangshan and the Protectorate. At the same time, he recommended you, Luandao, to be the second deputy commander of the left cavalry to Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan. The reason why he did not let the young Beiliang commander directly take charge of the left cavalry was because of this old man's shrewdness. After all, the untamed Liangzhou border army had always looked down on the Yuzhou army. Yu Luandao, who was born in a rich family of the Central Plains, had no connection with the Liangzhou border army. If he suddenly took charge of an army, he might not be able to convince the masses. If there was a mistake in the second battle of Liangmang, not only would a great talent in the art of war be destroyed, it would also affect the situation at the border. He Zhonghu would naturally be unable to absolve himself from the blame. However, the fact that He Zhonghu was able to abandon his views and suggest Yu Wandao to become the nominal third in command of the left cavalry was enough to show the magnanimity and foresight of this veteran general. Moreover, when Su Fengnian made an example out of the left cavalry, he was suspected of robbing east to pay west to replenish the strength of the other cavalry, such as transferring troops to Chao Wei and the others. He Zhonghu was also the first to respond without any objection. On this point, the right cavalry general Zhou Kong, nicknamed Jean Partridge, was obviously much inferior and had a lot of complaints. Although Su Fengnian had jokingly scolded Zhou Kong in private for being a stingy miser, Zhou Kong was after all one of the hundreds of old soldiers who sent him off back then. In a sense, Zhou Kong and the crown prince had gone through thick and thin together. Therefore, even if Zhou Kong was not straightforward enough, Su Fengnian actually did not take it to heart. Moreover, Zhou Kang's reaction was human nature. Just like Zhonghu's attitude of following the Huayang Pass Protectorate General's lead, there was some gossip within the left cavalry. Many young generals did not understand and felt that the old general was too easy to talk to. Not only did he reduce the power of the left cavalry, he also tarnished the reputation of the left cavalry. The reason Su Fengnian had specially come to this place was because of the internal strife in the left cavalry. Su Fengnian wanted to first hear He Zhong's thoughts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Mount Qingliang would not interfere in the affairs of the left cavalry. He believed that Yan Wenluan had rushed over in such a hurry partly because he wanted to support his old friend and show the entire Beiliang border cavalry. The 4 people in the small courtyard did not drink wine or tea. He Zhonghu seemed to have not expected the young king to grace him with his presence, and was pleasantly surprised. As one of the top 10 people in the Beiliang cavalry, He Zhonghu suddenly understood the general process of the Dragon Eye Plains. He knew that Su Fengnian had personally killed the leader of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan. He also knew that Chen Jibao had come to Huayang Pass earlier. So Su Fengnian had tried to be concise in his speech in the meeting hall. His face was extremely pale, and this made the old general feel even more guilty. He felt that it was the fault of the Liang province cavalry that they had let down General Su Zhao's nurturing. In the end, the general's eldest son had to attend to everything personally and even personally kill people. Then what was the point of having the 300,000 Beiliang cavalry? As an old friend of Yan Wenluan, He Zhonghu had another hidden identity. The old man had once been a member of the Su family's supporting dragon sect. This group of people was led by the strategist Zhao Chongling, with Chen Jibao as the successor. Wu Qi, who was General Su Zhao's brother-in-law and one of the main generals of the Su family's cavalry, Yan Wenluan, He Zhonghu, and the others were the backbone of the force. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen's foster sons were also very close to them. Li Yishan's faction, which was ridiculed by the supporting dragon sect as being of the anti-dragon faction, was much weaker overall, if not for the fact that at the last moment, Wang Fei Wu Su clearly expressed that she did not support Su Zhao's betrayal of Liang to rule over the river. The Su family would not be called king of Beiliang. Maybe Su Fengnian was the ruler of the entire vast territory south of the Guangling River, but it was also possible that the Beiliang frontier army did not have any old people because they were all dead people who plotted against them and died. Because of this difficult relationship, He Zhonghu had some obscure thoughts about this young vassal king who had turned the tide. He did not promote a direct line of descent from within the left cavalry to be the next general, but chose an outsider, Yu Wandao, to take over the magpie's nest. This old man past his prime might have some thoughts of compensation and atonement. Yan Wenluan, the #1 soldier in the northern Liang army, had a gloomy expression on his face. He said bluntly, "Your Highness, there is something that you must have heard. Li Yanchao, that brat, is an ingrate who forgets favors and violates justice. He Zhong brought him to his current position and is even closer to him than his own son. The only reason he didn't give him the position of the left cavalry commander was because that brat dared to rebel and wanted to become Zhou Kang's assistant. This little bastard's ability to lead troops into battle is indeed not bad, but his conduct is improper. In the future, we must use him, but not too much. At most, we can only make him a deputy general of an army." Su Fengnian really did not expect that Yan Wenluan, who rarely revealed his emotions, would be so angry. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Rebel, ungrateful, improper conduct, these were extremely heavy words. Coming from the mouth of Yan Wenluan, one of the few high-ranking officials of Bailiang. These words were enough to make any Bailiang's middle or high-ranking military officer completely lose their chance to have any real power or high position. In fact, Su Fengnian was no stranger to Li Yanchao's reputation. He was one of the four fangs of Bailiang, sharing the same fame as Dian Xiongchao, Wei Fuqing, and Ningame. His military service was outstanding. In the border army, other than Yan Wenluan, Chen Yinshui, and He Zhonghu, this group of old men, he was second only to Lu Jinu and a handful of other valiant generals. Because he was in the prime of his life, he was the kind of important general who could fight for the Su family for another 20 years. However, he was similar to the Longxiang Army's deputy, General Li Mofan, and Yozhou's Chao Xiaojiao. His personality was extreme, and he was arrogant because of his achievements. Both of them were famous troublemakers with mixed reputations. He Zhonghu glared at Yan Wenluan, and then turned to Su Fengnian to say with a bitter smile, "Wang Yi, if the sky wants to rain and the mother wants to marry, we can't stop it. Since Zhou Kong has promised that Li Yanchao will succeed as the commander of the right cavalry, then let him go. Yanchao, this child, has fought in the left cavalry for many years. The military merits he has made are enough for this future. There is nothing wrong with people walking towards greater heights." Yan Wenluan was helpless. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't like Li Yanchao, but he just wanted to help He Zhonghu raise the topic. If he, Yan Wenluan, was the bad guy, then He Zhonghu, who couldn't put down his face, would just nod his head. It wasn't that Li Yanchao couldn't leave the left cavalry, but he couldn't encourage this trend. Otherwise, wouldn't Jean Partridge's little hoe fly away? He Zhonghu's illness was not light. Would he really have to lie in bed in the future and hear the grievous news of the right cavalry falling apart? Was he really not afraid of dying with grievances? Yan Wenluan sighed. He had known He Zhonghu for most of his life and admired this old man. He didn't have a family in his old age and only raised a few lame old horses. He managed the army like a long-winded auntie. He treated the soldiers like his own children. They ate, drank, and peed in the army, no different from normal soldiers. There was no special treatment to speak of. Therefore, young people like Li Yanchao could be said to have been trained by He Zhonghu from small pawns to meritorious generals. Hearing that Li Yanchao was going to leave the left cavalry, how could Yan Wenluan not be angry? It was difficult for an upright official to resolve family matters. It could be seen that even if it had reached the stage where father and son had a falling out, He Zhonghu still couldn't bear to delay Li Yanchao's official career. He was afraid that the young vassal king would have a bad impression of Li Yanchao, to the extent that it would be difficult for him to be promoted in the right cavalry. Su Fengnian thought for a moment and slowly said, "To be honest, as long as Li Yanchao remains outside the Great Pass, it doesn't make a difference to me whether he works for the left cavalry or moves to the right cavalry to climb up. Moreover, the left and right cavalry's extreme xenophobic tradition is indeed not beneficial to Bailiang. After all, flowing water does not rot, and the pivot does not rust. Even without Li Yanchao's matter, I originally wanted to let the left and right cavalry carry out some exchanges of generals. Back then, when I integrated the armies of the 3 provinces within Bailiang, I only set up 14 captains with real power. However, the first great battle of Liangmang is imminent. I was afraid that too much of a commotion would cause the border army to become unstable and affect the war situation. That was why I didn't move the border army outside the Great Pass." Yan Wenluan narrowed his one eye and didn't say anything. Yan Wenluan did not oppose the border army restructuring. However, what this Bailiang infantry commander was not used to was that the young king did not hesitate to bring it up in front of him. especially at this time when the left cavalry was in chaos, and Hijong was about to leave the border army due to illness. These words seemed a little cold and solemn. Hijong was filled with emotions and did not know where to start. The old man's face was dejected and lonely, and his eyes were in a daze. Some rich old people in their twilight years, only when they were sick and had lost all hope would they start to envy the poor and healthy. However, Hijong was different. Although he had a high position in the Bailiang border army, he did not have any children to inherit the family business. He did not even have a house within the Bailiang Pass. He was completely different from Huaihua, great General Zhong Hanguo, who treated the entire Lingzhou as his backyard. Hizhong's old and sickly appearance was that of a hero past his prime. Su Fengnian was very familiar with this kind of helpless hero past his prime. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji left the courtyard. Su Beiji's brows were tightly furrowed. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Juzi, are you curious why I did not help Hizhong calm down the left cavalry?" Su Beiji looked back at the courtyard door. "Forget about Hizhong. Aren't you afraid of angering Yan Wenluan? Aren't you afraid that the two old people will think that you are cold-hearted, that you are a cruel and merciless king?" Chapter 1810. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji walked side by side in the dark alleys. Su Fengnian stretched out a hand and gently brushed it against the wall. As he walked, he said, "Then you can just think of me as bullying a good old man." Su Beiji joked, "Isn't that the case? Everyone in the Bailiang frontier army knows of the partridge's violent temper. The child who makes a fuss gets candy. That's why you, the king of Bailiang, tolerated the right cavalry's military affairs. In the end, you can be considered half the main culprit behind He Zhonghu's current situation." Su Fengnian said some irrelevant words. Su Xiao used to like to say that the wicked are not afraid of the heavens, and the kind are not bullied by the heavens. In the past, I thought this kind of great reasoning was nonsense. Later on, I realized that the reason great reasoning is because it really makes sense. Su Beiji laughed out loud. "I knew it. You wouldn't just let He Zhonghu leave the left cavalry like a coward." Su Fengnian sighed emotionally. "Of course I think highly of talented young foreign generals like you Wandao, Ko Jianghuai, and Xie Sisi. But as for He Zhonghu and the other Bailiang old men who have followed Su Xiao through thick and thin, that kind of feeling," Su Fengnian didn't continue, but Su Beiji could feel that kind of feeling was similar to that of an elder in one's own family. Su Beiji smiled and asked, "If that's the case?" Su Fengnian replied, "Then let's go meet Li Yanchao." Su Beiji hesitated for a moment before reminding him, "Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Li Yanchao actually represents a large group of generals in the Bailiang frontier army. They are ambitious, have outstanding military achievements, and are bent on climbing up the ranks. Li Mofen and Chao Xiaojiao are the same. These people are similar to Yan Wenluan and He Zhonghu, but there are some differences. The Su family's family business was built by the great general and the old people around him. As for the younger ones, they can't expect everyone to be as indifferent to fame and fortune as Lu Jinu. Moreover, the war is imminent, so it's not a bad thing to have ambition. It's not that you can't pour cold water on them, but you can't make them feel like they've been stripped naked and thrown into a world of ice and snow. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "In the past, when I was listening to plays, I often heard a phrase called chilling the hearts of the generals and soldiers. I understand the principle." Su Beiji suddenly stared at this fellow and said, "Why does it sound like something's wrong?" Su Fengnian smiled mischievously and reached out to put his arm around Su Beiji's shoulder. He said flatteringly, "Tangerine, you know me best." Su Beiji shrugged him off in annoyance and said, "Go away." Just as the two of them arrived at another courtyard, a young and strong general happened to run wildly behind them. Perhaps it was because of the urgency of the situation. He bumped into Su Beiji's shoulder and strode up the steps. He didn't stop there and turned around to glare at them. In the end, he suddenly fell silent out of fear. He didn't recognize Su Beiji, who used to be the provincial governor of Lingzhou, but how could he not recognize the great king of Beiliang? Without waiting for this brave lieutenant of the left cavalry to apologize, Su Fengyan smiled and asked, "Did you send a message to Li Yanchao? This king just went to Old General. He's courtyard." The lieutenant's head was instantly covered in cold sweat. His head drooped as if he had lost his parents. Su Fengyan laughed it off and walked up the steps. He brushed past the lieutenant and was the first to cross the threshold of the courtyard. There was a hubbub of voices in the courtyard. No less than 10 border army generals had gathered. They were not old, but their titles were not small. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a general who was about 35 or 36 years old. This man was tall and handsome. Even though he was sitting, there was a sharp aura about him. He was Li Yanchao, the 3rd deputy commander of the left cavalry. He was born in the left cavalry and had a very high reputation. Naturally, he was regarded as the best candidate for the helm of the left cavalry in the future. There were 12 permanent generals in Liang. The first official with the title of Zhang was the highest, the second official, which was the same as that of the 6 ministries. The Zhen general had both the second and the third official, and the Ping general had the same title as the Ping general. It was reasonable to say that in a vassal state, there should not be enough titles to compete with the Zhen general. At most, they should be equal to the Ping general. For example, the general in charge of a province's military affairs was the 3rd official. But in Beiliang, it was very interesting. He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, Gu Dazhu, and Chun Yinshui, these deputy commanders of cavalry, were the same as the 2 commanders-in-chief, Yan Wenwan and Yuan Zuozong. They were all 2nd-level generals, only half a level lower than Protector General of Beiliang Chu Lushan. Therefore, almost all the young and strong generals were staring at these hot positions, waiting for the time when the old men in their respective armies retired. It was their turn to take a step forward, step by step, not to mention sitting in the top 2 positions below Yan Wenluan and Yuan Zuozong, one day to be the commanders-in-chief of the left, and right cavalry, one day to be the commanders-in-chief of the left and right cavalry. They could go to the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, or at least leave the border army to be the general of a province. Therefore, when the new Prince Liang promoted some outsiders, it undoubtedly made people's thoughts fluctuate, especially the rapid rise of Yu Luandao and the others. Huang Fujin, Ko Jianghuai, and Han Lao's Han each took the share of the generals of 3 provinces. Shi Fu followed closely behind them as the general of Liangzhou. As a result, there were a lot of expectations and thoughts. When the generals saw the arrival of the young vassal king, after the initial shock, they all stood up from their chairs and cupped their fists in greeting. Greetings to the prince. The lieutenant of the left cavalry, who had been standing helplessly behind Su Fengyan and Su Beiji, quickly ran to join his colleagues. Only then did he feel relieved. A general quickly made 2 chairs for the young vassal king. After Su Fengyan and Su Beiji sat down, he raised his hand and gestured twice. "Everyone, please sit down and talk. Today is not a military meeting, so there is no need to pay attention to the red tape." After all the generals saw Li Yanchao calmly sit down, they carefully returned to their original seats. The 2 generals whose seats had been taken were standing not far away. Their eyes were bright as they stared at the legendary new Liang Wang, the eldest son of Rin Tu, a martial arts grandmaster. He had killed Wang Xianji and recently Hong Jingyan. Chapter 1811. He had caused a ruckus at the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City. It was said that even the immortals who had walked out of the portraits and the ancestors of Longhu Mountain who had ascended had all been killed by this young man. Moreover, the only king with a different surname in Liang was not careless on the battlefield. The battle at Huda City and the 1,000 Li attack outside the gourd were all facts. Therefore, even if these generals were all arrogant people in the left cavalry, when facing this young vassal king, they had no choice but to be in awe. Apart from the awe, there was also heartfelt admiration. The people of Bailiang respected martial arts, and the border army valued military service the most. The new King Liang led the Bailiang cavalry to victory over the Baimang barbarians, and beheaded Zhujing Temple inside the gourd. How satisfying! The more this was so, the more uneasy everyone present felt. They were well aware of why the young lord appeared in the small courtyard. It must be because of Li Yanchao leaving the left cavalry and joining the right cavalry in a fit of pique. But who in Bailiang did not know that Yu Wandao was the trusted general of the new King Liang? He had even used his noble status as a king to put his name in the new camp of the Ghost Cavalry. And the origin of this disturbance was that the old general had recommended Yu Wandao into the left cavalry. Li Yanbin's expression was calm, but deep in his eyes there was a strong unwillingness. In the view of this scheming general, since the new King Liang had personally come here, even if he had not taken the stance of denouncing him, Li Yanbin, would not have a good ending. The generals and lieutenants who had gone through life and death with Li Yanbin were all sweating for Li Yanbin. They were afraid that the young king would suddenly turn hostile. What would they do then? Not to mention whether or not they had the guts to oppose the new Prince Liang. Even if they did have the courage, what was the point? Was this courtyard of people enough for the new King Liang's hand? Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "Is there wine here? If there is, take it out." Li Yanchao said calmly, "King, we followed the commander into Huayang Pass and did not bring wine." Su Fengnian turned to Su Beiji and said, "Can I trouble you to come?" Su Beiji nodded and got up to leave the courtyard. Naturally, he was going to ask Chu Lushan for help. After Su Beiji left, Su Fengnian joked, "Before we drink, I have something to tell you. This king had a drink with Lu Jinu, Chu Hanqing, Ma Jili, and the others in Tigerhead City, and then they all died. Are you scared?" Li Yanchao pursed his lips, and his handsome face became even more prominent. The leader, Li Yanchao, did not speak. The atmosphere in the small courtyard was especially heavy and solemn. The lieutenant, who bumped into Su Beiji earlier, rolled his eyes and yawned. "Being able to drink with the prince is enough for this general to brag to my subordinates for 3 to 5 years after we return to the left cavalry. Even if I die, I'm not afraid." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Everyone seated here is not afraid of dying on the battlefield. I have no doubt about that." Then Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's not strange that we, the Bailiang Frontier Army, are not afraid of death. It would be strange if anyone was afraid of death, no?" When he said this, even Li Yanbin's mouth twitched, and there was a knowing smile on his face. The other generals roared with laughter. After Su Fengnian's joke, he did not speak anymore. The king of Bailiang was silent, and so was Li Yanchao. Thus, everyone could only obediently lower their heads. Su Beiji brought 2 jars of green ant wine from the Protectorate Manor. Su Fengnian opened the seal on one of the jars. There were some cups and bowls in the small courtyard. Su Fengnian and Li Yanchao were definitely given large white bowls with more wine. The other generals and lieutenants could do as they saw fit. Only Su Beiji had no intention of drinking tea, and no one dared to persuade him to drink. Su Fengnian raised his bowl and said, "Cheers to everyone." Li Yanchao and everyone else raised their cups and bowls and said loudly, "Cheers to the prince." After Su Fengnian finished the wine in one gulp, he did not continue to pour more wine. Since the wine has been drunk, this king will say a few words casually. This wine is not a toast or a punishment, but an opportunity to meet everyone. This king does not know any of you, but if any one of you tells me your name, this king can tell me your resume and military exploits. These things have long been recorded in the Fu Shuifang spy report, and I have read it word for word. It is even more detailed than the files in the Huayang Pass. Su Fengnian glanced at the other jar of green ant wine that had not been opened, and then looked at Li Yanchao. You felt that there was no hope for you to climb up the ranks in the left cavalry, so you wanted to go to the right cavalry to fight for military exploits and become the commander-in-chief. For a general, there is nothing wrong with this. Moreover, I just came from He Zhonghu's courtyard. The old general did not feel that you had wronged this king. Instead, he even tried to persuade this king. He was afraid that this king would make things difficult for you in the future. Li Yanchao wanted to say something, but stopped. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "You know better than me how the old general has treated you in the past 10 to 20 years. There is no need for this king to say anything. The Beiliang Frontier Army is under Su Zhao's command, and they only look at military exploits and not one's background. Therefore, you, Li Yanchao, killed enemies in He Zhonghu's left cavalry, and in He Zhonghu's right cavalry you killed enemies. Perhaps with the hope of becoming the commander-in-chief, you killed more enemies. However, the old general is still old. Just like me, Su Fengnian. I am not afraid of anything, but I am still afraid of seeing Su Zhao's situation when he was alive. I have to rest even when I walk to the top of Mount Qingliang. Whether it is my father, Su Zhao, or He Zhonghu, who treats you as his sons, will they be willing to admit that they are old when they know the truth, when they are really old? Su Fengnian answered his own question. That is because they feel that their sons have made a name for themselves. Only then will they admit that they are old. Su Fengnian stood up and looked at Li Yanchao and the people of the left cavalry. Today, in that courtyard, I did not see any commander-in-chief of the Beiliang left cavalry who had experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period. I only saw an old man. That is why I came here to invite you to drink a jar of wine. I also hope that you can take the remaining jar of wine to invite that old man who is about to leave the battlefield to drink a bowl of wine so that he will not leave the border with regret." There was silence. Li Yanchao silently stood up, picked up the jar of green ant wine, and walked out of the small courtyard. In the end, only Su Fengnian and Su Beiji were left. Su Beiji sighed. "I thought you wanted to kill people." Su Fengnian poured himself a bowl of wine. He lowered his head and said, "Who said I don't want to?" Su Beiji was stunned for a moment, and then he said with a smile, "Give me a bowl too." Chapter 1812. The spring snow building by the Guangling River was full of guests tonight. Guangling Prince Zhao Yi held a big banquet and invited distinguished guests. Those who entered the building were either rich or noble, and they were all very rich and noble. Among them, there was the newly appointed Guangling Jidushi Lu Baijia, the administrator Wang Xiongui, who was a former subordinate of Zhang Lu, and Song Li, who had been promoted from General Hengjiang to General Jinnan and Deputy Jidushi of Adao. Song Li could be said to be an old man of the spring snow house, and was once Zhao Yi's lucky general. It was also Song Li who had successfully blocked Ko Jianghuai's sneaky attack and harassment, which delayed the war until Wu Zhongshuan's army went on a northern expedition. The Ministry of War in Liang had held a very small but very high-standard military merit evaluation, and Song Li was ranked as the 5th most meritorious official. Other than these three, who were now considered people from the capital, the provincial governors of the 3 provinces of Guangling Road also appeared. Compared to the storms of the past 2 years, the 6 provincial governors were now beaming with joy. Their speech and actions were filled with the elegance of a noble official. Unfortunately, the Prince of Shu, Qin Jibao, who was rumored to be attending, did not appear for some reason. On the other hand, the Crown Prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, came uninvited, which could be considered as adding flowers to brocade. If this young Crown Prince was the flower, under the premise that Qin Jibao was absent, then the King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, was naturally the grand finale of the luxurious brocade. After Zhao Sun's carriage stopped at the Spring Snow Building, Zhao Yi, who was also the great feudal lord of Liang, personally went downstairs to welcome him. As the owner of the Spring Snow Building, after all the guests had taken their seats, Zhao Yi raised the priceless luminous goblet in his hand high and laughed loudly. There was once a literary giant in Dafeng Dynasty who said, "There are 4 people who wish to be safe and sound in life, and an old friend of Qingshan has a collection of famous books." I like to pretend to be cultured, so I want to have one more wish, which is that spring snow is safe and sound. Therefore, I named this building Spring Snow. The Spring Snow Building is honored by the presence of so many virtuous people tonight. Let me drink this cup of wine. The Tangxi sword immortal Lu Baijie and the former Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, were the leaders of the civil and military officials. They sat at the head of the table on the left and right, after the toast, at Guangling Road. The 2 of them also picked up their wine cups. However, Wang Xiongui and Zhao Yi downed their wine cups in one gulp. Lu Baijie only took a small sip before stopping. She quickly put down her wine cup and glanced at the Crown Prince, Zhao Yi, sitting next to Zhao Yi. This provincial governor frowned. Following the self-immolation of the young West Chu Empress on the battlefield of the Western Wall, the civil and military officials in the capital of West Chu, which had once been renamed Dingding City, had all surrendered. The Guangling War officially entered its final stage. The emperor ordered that the imperial army was not allowed to harass the people of Guangling Road. They were not allowed to kill people to vent their anger. Once discovered, the provincial governor and the administrator of Guangling Road could be killed on the spot, bypassing the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. However, not killing people did not mean that the rebellious officials of West Chu could escape this calamity. Other than those who had been tactful enough to flirt with the generals of the Liang imperial court, or those who had been able to get the high officials of Taiyan City to give them protective talismans, most of the other officials who had resolutely chosen to serve in West Chu did not have a good ending. Thus, 2 great jokes were made in Guangling Road. The first was to use money to avoid disaster. Gold and silver objects, as well as antique calligraphy and paintings, were all sent to the mansions of certain generals. The second was to pawn women to curry favor with the new nobles of Guangling Road. Of these, the new general of Jinnan, Song Li, and the Guangling heir, Zhao Yuang, were the most unscrupulous. If one said that Song Li only chose a few famous young and beautiful women to keep in his house, his influence was limited. But Zhao Yuang really did not care. Whether it was young women or married women, he only counted them based on their family status. The wealthy families ranked in the top 10 of West Chu's new dynasty took 3 people from each family. After that, there were more than 40 aristocratic families that extorted 1 or 2 people from each family. If there were people who were unwilling, Zhao Yuang did not dare to kill them openly, but he had his own methods to deal with them. He had plenty of ways to make those families who did not want to be humiliated live a life worse than death. Lu Baijie raised her wine cup and then put it down again. She looked around with mixed feelings. The commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang, the general who pacifies the south, Wu Zhongshuan, the prince of Shuqin Jibao, the assistant minister of the ministry of Wursugong, the duke of Huainan Zhaoying, Yen Jinshuan, and Yang Xinxing. These were the real heroes who quelled the war in Guangling Road. They were either not here or dead. Lu Baijia smiled bitterly. What was the point of her sitting here? It was only because of the title of the provincial governor of Guangling Road. Song Li, who had a meteoric rise in the imperial court of Liang, was actually sitting beside Lu Baijia. However, he probably knew that he was not on the same side as the Tangxi sword immortal, so the youngest permanent general of the Liang dynasty did not show too much eagerness. Instead, he was chatting happily with his old acquaintance, the general of Jizhou. He did not get carried away by his meteoric rise. Soon, Song Li, who was a little tipsy, looked up at the magnificent ceiling of the spring snow building. His fingers twirled the wine cup, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revisiting the old place. He had been living under someone else's roof. Now, it was hard to say who was living under someone else's roof. When awake, he had 100,000 palms. When drunk, he lay on a beauty's lap. A real man was nothing more than this. Inside the spring snow building, toasts were exchanged, and singing and dancing were celebrating peace. It seemed that when the first floor was peaceful, the world was at peace. Lu Baijia looked at the distant administrator Wang Xiongui, who was sitting across from him. This noble and upright civil official, who was about to make a comeback and return to the center of the capital, was raising his cup to toast the Prince of Guangling and his son. He held the cup with both hands, his sleeves hanging down. He was wearing a high hat and a wide belt. Lu Baijia looked at some of the people at the back of the seats. Previously, they were all important officials of the Jiangling dynasty, who held jade edicts in their hands and wore red and purple robes in the imperial court of West Chu. Although they were slightly more submissive now, it was difficult to hide the joy of being pardoned. Therefore, they had the demeanor of having to enjoy life to the fullest. Lu Baijia lowered his head to look at the cup of wine. For some reason, he thought of a young face. When that young man first came to visit, he asked the Tangxi sword immortal, who had not yet become an official at that time, "How many pounds of benevolence, righteousness, and morality do you sell me?" He suddenly raised his cup, tilted his head back, and drank the wine. The hall was full of well-dressed guests. He was full of himself. Chapter 1813. The Crown Prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, was an uninvited guest. He could have sat next to the King of Jing and Zhao Sun, but he was not particular about it. He rejected the arrangement of the spring snow building and took the opportunity to sit at the back. There were two people on his left and right. One of them was Qi Shens, the son of a wealthy family who had studied at the Shangyin Academy. He had a handsome face and was very good-looking. He did not speak much, but was not arrogant. He was very likable. On the right was a burly man called Zhou Daliang, an old subordinate of Lu Xingxiang. This time, he did not follow his benefactor to Jizhou to take up a post. Instead, he used his military exploits to stay in Guangling Road as the deputy general of Yizhou. He ate even more than Zhao Zhu did and was more likable. Qi Shens and Zhou Daliang didn't deliberately try to build up a relationship with His Highness, but the generals sitting next to them frequently came over to toast to them. Zhao Zhu didn't get tired of it. "If you toast to me, I'll toast to you." Gradually, the two flatterers became familiar with Qi Shens and Zhou Daliang. In addition, Zhao Zhu seemed to have a natural ability to make people feel close to him. For a while, the five of them drank, urged, and avoided wine, each showing their own abilities. They didn't care about the rank of the officials. Wasn't it fun? Compared to the complicated relationships between the other seats, it could be said that the scenery here was unique. Halfway through the wine, 7 sword concubines of the spring snow building entered the building with their swords. The 7 of them were dressed in colorful clothes. They had graceful figures and slender waists. They were like a 3-foot sword that could cut off the head of a hero. The sword dance was dazzling. It was soul-stirring and dazzling. When the 7 sword concubines jumped up at the same time, it was as if a rainbow was hanging in the building. After a famous scholar shouted, the whole room was filled with cheers. Just as the 7 sword concubines were about to leave, an extremely handsome stranger appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. The expression of Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling, who was coordinating with the person outside the door, changed dramatically. The luminous cup in his hand almost fell to the ground. This burly vassal of Guangling stared with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Zhao Zhu followed everyone's gaze and shuddered. His expression turned ugly, like a mouse seeing a cat. He wanted nothing more than to hide under the table. The 7 sword concubines that Spring Snow Building had painstakingly nurtured were blocked, unable to advance or retreat. They looked very pitiful. The stranger who spoiled the mood was holding a jug of wine and sitting on the doorstep. Beside him walked 5 beautiful women in snow-white clothes. Compared to the 7 already stunning swordsmen of the king's mansion, whether in terms of appearance or bearing, they were superior. 5 women in white, each with a saber, lined up in front of their master. It was a famous saber of the old southern Tang dynasty. The current standard saber of the Liang border army and the 4th-generation saber of the Bailiang Su family were all examples. General Jinan Song, Li's eyes lit up. He quickly recognized their identities. They were the personal maids of Nailan Yusi, known as the 2 vassal kings of Nanjiang. Their names were also very strange. They were Dong Yue Shishu, Fengdu, 3 Corpses, and Chenglu. The 5 women in white simultaneously took a dozen steps forward. With a light shout, they drew their sabers and chopped down. Just 5 sabers created a majestic momentum of thousands of cavalry breaking through the formation. The 7 Spring Snow Building sword concubines were so scared that they fled backward. Most of the guests invited by Spring Snow Building were also pale. They didn't know what was going on. Was it Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling's ingenuity to liven things up? Or was there someone who dared to make trouble in Spring Snow Building? Everyone only heard the handsome scholar sitting on the threshold, shaking the wine pot with one hand and patting his knee with the other. He sang loudly, "Please look carefully at the people in front of you. Every year, they bury the grass. More or less, there are graves in the grass. Every year, half of them are not swept." Now everyone understood that these people didn't get along with the vassal king's mansion. Otherwise, if it was the arrangement of Spring Snow Building, those words alone would be too unlucky. Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling gritted his teeth. Lu Baijie looked calm. Wang Xiongui was puzzled. Song Li smiled playfully. Zhao Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The obese Zhao Yi slowly got up, squeezed out a smile, and asked tentatively, "Mr. Nailan, I don't know why you came to Spring Snow Building. Do you have something to discuss?" Wang Xiongui, who was about to retire as the administrator and return to the capital, was furious after hearing the title. He asked knowingly, "Who are you?" Nailan Yusi, who was as charming as a god, stopped singing. He smiled intoxicatingly and pointed at himself. "Me." Then he got up leisurely. He had been drinking when he went upstairs. Before sitting down at the door of the top floor of the Spring Snow Building, he had already drunk more than half of the wine. His face was flushed, and he became more and more radiant. This advisor, who was only known by name in the entire Liang Temple, laughed and said, "I, Nailan Yusi, am a scholar." Following Nailan Yusi's words, the 5 beautiful maids once again moved forward. Their figures spun in the air, and then they stepped heavily on the rich and luxurious clothes. They slashed out with their blades, and their imposing manner was even more powerful than before. Nailan Yusi slowly moved forward, as if there was no one around. His words made the entire Guangling Path's dignitaries feel as if they were struck by lightning. 150,000 armored soldiers from Nanjiang went all the way to the north. They have already crossed the Guangling River. Wang Xionggui's face was pale, and he fell back to his seat. Not only was this Guangling Path administrator out of his wits, but there were also countless crisp sounds of wine cups breaking in the building. Zhao Yi's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Song Li narrowed his eyes and began to weigh the pros and cons. Zhao Zhu was stunned on the spot. The Nanjiang army left their territory to the north without permission. Obviously, even he, the king of Yanqi, and his royal highness were kept in the dark. Lu Baijie gently put down the wine cup, stood up, and asked in a deep voice, "What is the king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing's intention?" Nalin Yusi seemed to be stumped by this question. He frowned and lowered his head to think for a moment. Then he suddenly raised his head and smiled. "Rebellion, isn't this obvious?" "Why? Mr. Tangxi, you don't believe me?" Lu Baijie shook his head and smiled sarcastically. At this time, two people walked in side by side. One of them was wearing a royal robe. He was a burly old man, and he was very similar to the crown prince of Yanqi that everyone in the building was familiar with. However, compared to Zhao Zhu's frivolity, this old man was imposing. The old man smiled and looked at the Guangling king, Zhao Yi, who was sitting high on the main seat. "Little fatty, Yi, how have you been?" "I have been in the barren Nanjiang for 20 years. I have been drooling over your Guangling Path for a long time. But then again, it should have been I, Zhao Yi, who owned Guangling. You, Zhao Yi, are only fit to help me guard the house for 20 years. Zhao Yi's face was ashen, and his lips were trembling. However, compared to the king of Nanjiang, who had not spoken in the Liang Palace for more than 20 years, the king beside the old man, who was also wearing a royal robe, made all the dignitaries feel more terrified and desperate. The former protector general of Beiliang, the current king of Shu, Chen Zhibao. If it was only Zhao Bing's Nanjiang army rebelling, Liang and Gu Jiantang's two border armies going south to quell the rebellion, it would be nothing more than another disaster of West Chu's restoration. However, once Zhao Bing had Chen Zhibao's help, everyone began to doubt whether the Liang imperial court, which had shown signs of trouble since the Yonghui auspicious talisman, would be able to luckily survive this calamity. At this time, some people in the Spring Snow building finally remembered the Northwest Armored Cavalry. They began to ask themselves if he had the deterrence of the 300,000 loyal and devoted armored cavalry, would this Nanjiang barbarian Zhao Bing not dare to touch the Central Plains for the rest of his life, and could only slowly die of old age in the man miasma? The butcher Su Xiao was dead. The blue-eyed Zhang Julu was dead. When the two were alive, the world was truly at peace. The Nanjiang army did not dare to take a single step out of Nanjiang. Even Beimang's million-strong army did not dare to take half a step south. After the two died, West Chu was quickly restored, Beimang knocked on the pass, and Nanjiang rebelled. No one knew why Chen Zhibao chose to rebel against Beiliang. Since he had chosen to rely on the orthodox Zhao clan of Liang, he had long since become a vassal. Why did he in the end place all his bets on a vassal in a remote corner? Chen Zhibao was expressionless. He calmly looked at Lu Baijie, the provincial governor of Guangling. In the end, Lu Baijie sighed and slumped back into his seat. How many people would die in the Central Plains before they would stop? Chen Zhibao's lips curled into a cold smile. If people in the Central Plains did not die, how could they remember that some people were dying for them? I, Chen Zhibao, am not Su Fengnian. I am not afraid of war, and I am not afraid of people dying. Chapter 1814. The spring snow building had a banquet that would decide the future of the Central Plains. The Qingtsang city of Liuzhou also had a banquet. Although it was a simple meal, it would decide the future of Liangmang. Provincial Governor Yang Guangdou looked at the young faces crowding around the table and couldn't help but smile. The old man was happy and gratified. Chun Shiliang, who had just been promoted to Liuzhou, General Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, who had just come from outside Liangzhou to take over the two towns of Linyao, and Fengxiang, Yul Wandao, who had led 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry to this place, Chao Wei, who was about to go to Mount Lantua in the western regions, and of course, Su Longxiang. The old man looked at these energetic young people, as if 5 rising stars had suddenly appeared in his family. It was like suddenly seeing clusters of fresh green on a snow-white winter day. It was too much for the eye to take in, and it filled one with joy. Chao Wei was short and had an ordinary appearance, but he was arrogant, even though he was eating at the same table as these people of the same age. His voice was the loudest and his aura the sharpest. This short man chewed on a mutton pancake as he snorted at Yang Guangdou. "Old Yang, just wait patiently and help me deliver the victory report to Mount Qingliang and the Protectorate. Actually, if you want me, you can pick up the brush right now. Just write the military merit as big as possible. I guarantee it won't be wrong." Chen Shiliang smiled. "We still have to follow the rules." Chao Wei squinted. "Old Chen, you don't trust me, Great General Chao, do you?" Chen Shiliang smiled, helplessly. Yu Luandao sneered. "Don't forget that Zhong Tan led 10,000 elite southern cavalry to Mount Lantua. You only have 10,000 men and horses. Victory and defeat are still uncertain. Now you're thinking about military merit, who leads soldiers to war like you. Do you believe that I won't write a secret letter to the prince right now?" Everything had its vanquisher. Chao Wei was frivolous with everyone except for the eldest grandson of the Yu family who had defected to the Central Plains. He rolled his eyes and said, "Bitch, I won't lower myself to your level." The handsome Yu Wandao pressed his hand on the famed saber Dalwan at his waist and raised his eyebrows. "Going outside to play?" Chao Wei swallowed the last bit of the pancake. Suddenly, he cried out and held his stomach. "I ate too much. Today, I only used 20 to 30% of my usual strength. Forget it. Yul Wandao, I will use 20 to 30% of my strength to fight with you. I'll still beat you up." Yul Wandao sneered. "Afraid of you?" Xie Shibian smiled, knowingly. Ko Jianghuai silently chewed and swallowed the mutton pancake, occasionally taking a sip of water. He ignored the tit-for-tat between Chao Wei and Yul Wandao. Su Longxiang, barefoot and dressed in black, grinned. "Why don't the two of you fight me together?" Yul Wandao and Chao Wei looked at each other and said in unison, "Only one hand. Only one leg." Su Longxiang chuckled. "Sure." The hidden one saber was in high spirits and eager to fight, while Chao Wei was still cowering like a coward. Yang Guang laughed angrily. "A bunch of brats. Stop messing around." The old man threw a look at Chen Shiliang. The latter put down the mutton pancake and straightened his clothes. He said in a low voice, "The latest report from the Whispering Water House shows that the real Battle of Liuzhou will be fought at Beimang Nanchao. This is a confirmed report. Ning Amei will lead 6,000 iron stupas to Qingtsang City to support the Longxiang army. At the same time, Liangzhou's General Shifu and the White Feather Light cavalry stationed around Qingyuan Army Town can enter the Liuzhou battlefield at any time to help the Longxiang army tie down Huang Songpu's Beimang main force." Chao Wei frowned and asked, "After the Battle of Longyan, didn't the Iron Stupas only have 2,000 men left?" Chen Shiliang laughed. 800 white horses just joined the Iron Stupas. They also transferred 3,000 cavalry from the two passes in Liangzhou. Chao Wei slapped his thigh and glanced at Hidden Luan's saber. He purposely complained. Damn it, so the Iron Stupas are Su Fengyan's sons. Hidden Luan's saber, who had followed the young king from Jizhou to Calabash, raged, Chao Wei, you better watch your mouth. Chen Shiliang turned to look at Ko Jianghuai and Xie Shiliang. He continued, to ensure that we can wipe out Zhong Tan's cavalry, other than Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry as the main force, I'm afraid we will need another cavalry force to support us. Ko Jianghuai said directly, I don't eat such small fish. Xie Shiliang said calmly, I'll go. Feng Xiang and Lin Yao are familiar with the geography of the western region. Hidden Luan's saber narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then I'll go straight to the heart of the southern dynasty's Gusai prefecture, and go straight to that Shijing temple? As Chen Shiliang's line of sight met, Su Longxiang had already answered. The Longxiang army will meet Huang Songpu's main force on the battlefield at the border of Liuzhou. They will retreat as they fight. Before Huang Songpu sees the walls of Qingsang City, it will be after 3 or 4 battles. Ko Jianghuai nodded. 3 battles is the minimum. As long as the 30,000 Longxiang army can last until 4 battles, I can make that previous king of the southern courtyard unable to return. I want him to end up like Yang Yuanzhan. If there are 5 battles, Ko Jianghuai paused and looked at Hidden Luan's saber provocatively. Then I'll have to compete with you to see who can cut off more heads of the Southern Dynasty officials. Chapter 1815. Chen Shiliang cautiously said, although in the Battle of Longyan, Plains, the northern Mang chieftain, and the other elite Malanzi troops were almost completely wiped out, Huang Songpu was after all the king of the southern courtyard for nearly 20 years, so he definitely still has some foundation. Zhong Tan is also entrusted with high hopes by the Zhong family. Therefore, in Liuzhou, no matter where the battle is, we cannot lower our guard. For this reason, I have specially requested the Governor-General Manor to transfer at least 600 White Horse wandering crossbowmen from the Liangzhou border army. Chen Shiliang suddenly spoke in a more serious tone, his eyes sharp. Everyone, although I, Chen Shiliang, am not good at military affairs, I am very clear about one thing, and that is that on the battlefield of Liuzhou, where a single move can affect the entire situation, no one can make up for their mistakes just by killing a few thousand Beimang barbarians. I will say the ugly words up front. If anyone dares to delay the overall situation of Liuzhou for a little bit of merit, then as long as I, Chen Shiliang, am alive, I will not rest until he or she is dead. Chao Wei, Yu Wandao, Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shiliang. Chao Wei sighed and resentfully put down the leg on the stool. I'm scared of you, old Chen. I know. Yu Wandao said with a solemn expression. You know the severity of the situation. Our Yuzhou cavalry will only make Shi Jingcheng our primary target. We will do our best to avoid Gentleman's Pavilion and the other military towns, regardless of whether their forces are empty or not. Xie Shiliang nodded. Ko Jianghuai was still a taciturn person, but he could not withstand Chen Shiliang's gaze, and could only nod along with Xie Shiliang. Su Longxiang scratched his head. Shiliang, is there nothing else for me to do? Chen Shiliang raised his arm, clenched his fist, and swung it down. General, you only need to focus on stopping Huang Songpu's main force. Su Longxiang laughed foolishly. This is indeed not a problem. Chao Wei slapped his forehead. This stupid little prince. Who knows how he could have such a crafty older brother? Xie Shibian couldn't help but laugh. Then he was a little dazed. Back in Guangling Road, although he had personally won many unbelievable battles, he still felt uneasy. That kind of feeling was like knowing that even if you won 99 battles, as long as you lost one, you would lose the whole game. After arriving at Beiliang, after arriving at Qingtsang City, apart from the arrogant Ko Jianghuai, they became fellow soldiers with these strangers. Even though there was a great disparity in strength between them and the enemy, they felt incomparably at ease. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in light armor strode into the house. He suddenly clasped his fist and said, "White Horse Crossbowman Li Hanlin, leading 1,200 riders, has entered the Azure City and is on standby." With a face full of shock, Chen Shiliang stood up and asked, "Officer Li, why are there so many crossbowmen? What about outside the Liangzhou Pass?" Li Hanlin said with a straight face, "This is a military order from the Protectorate. I only follow orders." Then, the only remaining White Horse officer of the Beiliang Frontier Army winked at the people in the house. With a bright smile, he lowered his voice slightly and said, "There are no Beimang soldiers left outside the Liangzhou Pass to kill. That old fellow Huang Songpu has 700 to 800 private soldiers under him, so it's not too bad." Ko Jianghuai raised his head and asked, "You are that Li Hanlin, the son of the administrator Li Gongda?" Chao Wei immediately got into the mood of watching a good show. He was afraid that the world would not be chaotic enough. TSK. Ko Jianghuai was someone who usually treated everyone he met as if they owed him millions of taels of silver. Now that he met someone like Li Hanlin who had both a family background and military exploits, he really wanted to have a good fight with him. Li Hanlin was stunned. He smiled and said, "Yes, I am Li Hanlin. You are Ko Jianghuai, General Ko, right? When you guys were fighting to the death with the Liang Imperial Court, we had letters with the prince. In the letters, the prince said that if one day you and Xie Shibian could work together for the Beiliang Frontier Army, that would be great. I didn't think that such a day would really come. I, Li Hanlin, am a rough person." Without any hesitation, "As long as I can return from the battlefield alive, when I reach Lingzhou, I will treat you, Ko Jianghuai, to drink wine for an entire year. Not only you, Chao Donghua, you Luandao, Xie Shibian, none of you will be able to escape." Chao Wei, who had his nickname called, said angrily, "Where did you get so much silver from?" "Lingzhou, that gold-consuming lair. How could you get a decent courtesan without at least 200 or 300 taels of silver?" Li Hanlin laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? Just borrow it from my father. If you can't pay him back, you can pay him back with a bunch of grandchildren." Ko Jianghuai's lips curled up. This once infamous White Horse commandant seemed to be much more pleasing to the eye than Xie Shibian or Yu Wandao. Xie Shibian said with a bitter smile, "Commandant Li, drinking wine is fine, but drinking wine with courtesans, I'm afraid that after a year of drinking wine, you will have to kneel on a washboard." The Beiliang, who was known for being serious, Chen Shiliang said with a smile, "I am a bit better than Xie Shibian. I haven't married yet, so I am not afraid of drinking wine with courtesans. But if I want to drink, I will only drink green ant wine." As for courtesans, Chen Shiliang said with a serious expression, "I still care a lot." Ko Jianghuai couldn't help but glance at this young Liuzhou officer, who had made him look at him in a new light. He cursed in his heart, F***K. As expected of a scholar from Gangnam-do, Yang Guangdou didn't interrupt these young people. The old man would occasionally pick up a peanut and throw it into his mouth. His eyes were full of smiles. After the old man clapped his hands, he suddenly stood up. With his hands behind his back, he walked straight to the door. After crossing the threshold, he turned his head to look at the young people and slowly said, "In this world, there is probably only Beiliang. Only I, Yang Guangdou, have a basket of mutton pancakes at the farewell banquet for the generals. I'm sorry." After the old man said this, he walked away Chao Wei quickly pulled Qin Shiliang's sleeve and laughed. Old Qin, did you see that? Is Old Man Yang crying? The old man, who had not gone far, increased his pace and cursed. Bullshit! Our Bailiang has a lot of wind and sand. Chapter 1816. If one did not go to Guanling, one would fail to live up to one's expectations. If one did not eat crabs, one would fail to live up to one's stomach. As a scholar, it was not difficult to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. One must know that the Spring God Lake was connected to the Guangling River. Then, one could go to the Shangyin Academy near the Spring God Lake to eat crabs. However, the Shangyin Academy was not a place that anyone could enter. One had to pay attention to one's family background, status, and aspirations. With the arrival of the Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong to the capital, the Shangyin Academy became even more prosperous. The former Minister of War Liu Baijie, who was known as the Tangxi Sword Sage, seemed to have been demoted to the Guangling Jidushi. The first thing he did was to go to the library of the Shangyin Academy to borrow books. He made an appointment with the administrator Wang Xiongui to sharpen his knowledge for more than half a decade. This pushed the reputation of the academy to its peak. Under such circumstances, the influence of thousands of scholars at the beginning of Xiangfu gradually dissipated from the map of the Central Plains. In the Shangyin Academy, which was now known as the Jiangzhou Hanlin Academy, there was a woman named Teacher Ji Shang, who was even more dazzling. She was Yu Wei, who taught music and miscellaneous in the academy. Yu Wei's father was a teacher of the academy. Her mother was the famous chief swordswoman of the West Chu royal family. Her sword dance was one of the magnificent 8 masterpieces of De Chu, which was as famous as the Grand Preceptor Li Mi's Go. Yu Wei herself was a very charming woman. Therefore, her teaching at the Shangyin Academy attracted a lot of attention. It was said that even the Empress Yan Dongwu, who lived deep in the imperial palace, heard of this extraordinary woman and wanted to persuade the emperor to summon Yu Wei to the imperial college in the capital to take up the position of a teacher. However, Yu Wei's great opportunity had been delayed due to the turmoil in the spring snow building of the Prince of Guangling's mansion. This woman, Ji Shang, did not seem to be depressed because of this. She had originally planned to bring the students of Jishou Academy to tour the spring lake in early autumn. Step by step, more than 160 people set off in a mighty manner. Yu Wei's teaching style was quite unusual. Half of her time was not spent in the Shangyin Academy. Instead, she led the students to visit the famous mountains and rivers, scenic spots, and the ruins of the previous dynasty. They listened to the sound of the pines, the gushing of the springs, and the whistling of the wind on the high cliffs. However, the spring lake, which was close at hand, had been forgotten by everyone, probably because it was dark under the lights. Until last month, a student proposed to visit the spring lake, and Yu Wei agreed. When they were approaching the spring lake, it happened to be raining heavily. A young military general led a group of elite cavalry and arrived unexpectedly. The sound of the horses' hooves splashed up a lot of mud. In the twilight, 200 armored cavalry soldiers clanked, dazzling the students of the academy. The leader of the cavalry swung the stirrups and dismounted. He took off his helmet and held it under his armpit. He strode forward and smiled at Yu Wei. Yu Wei, after so many years, we finally meet again. Yu Wei's expression was the same as usual. She only nodded lightly. Like the students of Jixia, she wore a thick straw raincoat that covered her figure. Even so, she was still lovely and moving. When the scholars of the academy around her recognized the identity of the newcomer, most of them cried out in surprise. Their eyes were filled with passion, worship, and reverence. It turned out that this person was Qi Shentz, who had graduated from Shangyin Academy. When Qi Shentz was studying, He was known as one of the 8 elites of the academy along with Ko Jianghuai, Zhao Kai, and the others. In just a few years, he first relied on his illustrious family background to serve under the commander of the Southern Expedition, Lu Xingxiang. However, he started out as an ordinary soldier and made a name for himself at the end of the Battle of Guangling Road. With his outstanding military service, he was quickly promoted on the battlefield. After West Chu was destroyed, the imperial court rewarded meritorious officials. Qi Shentz was once again promoted to the ranks of military officers with real power. This time, during the Great Change in the Spring Snow Building, Qi Shentz benefited from the disaster and stood out. He truly entered the eyes of the entire world. It was rumored that the king of Yan, Zhao Bing, and the king of Shu, Chen Zhibao, each chose one person. The king of Yan chose the powerful general of the south, Song Li, for his own use. The war saint in white was the only one who was impressed by Qi Shentz, who was a rising star among the younger generation. Therefore, when the scholars of the Shangyin Academy talked about his Xixiang Qi Shentz, they liked to call him 3 steps to heaven. After the 2 vassal kings joined hands and announced to the world that they had officially started the war, other than the elites of the southern Jiang crossing the river and entering the Guangling Road, large amounts of Western Shu soldiers also entered the Central Plains. The king of Jing and Zhao Sun, who had won the 4 words loyal, fierce, brave, and resolute through 2 battles to the death, had disappeared for some reason. He was not under house arrest in the Spring Snow Building like Lu Baijie and Wang Xiongui, nor did he speak out for the Zhao family of Liyang in the vassal king's territories. This change caught the imperial court off guard, as Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong were moved to the border of Jizhou, and the Minister of War, Wu Zhongshuan, was also summoned to the capital. Although the army under him did not follow him to the north, the situation was very unfavorable. They had no choice but to avoid the sharp edge. Before the imperial edict from Great Peace City arrived, the leading general retreated 400 miles to the north and set up camp at the southern border of the capital. The Liang emperor urgently summoned the great pillar state Gu Jiantang, Lu Xingxiang, Su Gong, and the Huai Jidushi Kai Nan to the capital. Only at this time did the Liang imperial court suddenly realize that there were not many trustworthy generals. Thinking back to the past, Yang Xinxing, Yan Jinchuan, Ma Lulong, and the other old generals, which one of them was not enough to hold their own in the army. At this time, the resignation of the Imperial College Chancellor, Yao Baifeng, due to illness seemed especially unsurprising. It was not as eye-catching as the rise of Qi Shentz. Qi Shentz stood in the heavy rain. Raindrops fell heavily on the precious armor he had taken from the Guangling Prince's mansion's treasury. The sound was crisp and continuous, and there was a vague, indescribably vigorous aura of metal. He and the woman not far away spoke some simple words of reunion after long separation. When he spoke to her, he stared into her eyes, hoping to find a trace of joy, relief, or surprise in her eyes. Unfortunately, there was none. Other than the standard war blade hanging from Qi Shent's waist, he also had the 12th famous sword of the Dongwei sword pool, Linglong. His gaze shifted slightly to the surface of the spring god lake. He then withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Yue, I was once a comrade with the new Qingzhou Navy Admiral. Sir Lu, I heard that you were going to tour the Spring God Lake, so I specially asked him to give you a yellow dragon ship for you to use. Don't worry, there will be no battles in Guangling in the near future. You can enjoy yourselves to your heart's content." Yu Yue nodded and did not refuse his kindness. She said indifferently, "I thank you on behalf of the students, General Qi." Qi Shentz wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he did not say those hurtful words. For example, he heard that in these troubled times, there was going to be a wedding in western Beiliang Prefecture. Qi Shentz took a deep breath and smiled. He put on his helmet again and said in a deep voice, "Take care." Yu Yue was startled. She then smiled with more sincerity. She nodded and said, "You take care as well." The giant ship gradually approached the shore. Her group boarded the ship, while his cavalry remained on the shore for a long time. Just as the yellow dragon ship completely disappeared behind the curtain of rain, another group of elite cavalry arrived at the shore of the Spring God Lake. Their leader was about the same age as Qi Shen's, but his current rank was even higher than Qi Shen's. He was the former general of Ji Prefecture, Yuan Tingshan. He was the son-in-law of Gu Jiantang of the Great Pillar State and the current master of the Wild Goose Castle Private Cavalry. He and Song Li had pledged their allegiance to the king of Yen, Zhao Bing, who was marching north with great momentum. However, he regretted not meeting Qi Shen sooner. It was just that the two of them had an ordinary relationship with His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu of Yen. Yuan Tingshan wiped the rain off his face and teased loudly, "I'm late! I'm late! I didn't get to see that magnificent master you." Qi Shen lamented in a low voice, "You're late. I'm late too." Yuan Tingshan couldn't hear him clearly, but he could clearly see Qi Shen's despondent expression. He lamented his misfortune and was angry at his failure to fight. He said unhappily, "If it were me, I would have snatched her and brought her home a long time ago. I'm sure she'll be obedient. She's just a woman with no family or friends. Do you think the Shangyin Academy she's from can really arm wrestle with you, General Qi, just by saliva?" At this point, Yuan Tingshan patted the saber at his waist and grinned viciously. "Don't forget that we have this toy." Qi Shen didn't say anything. He only shook his head. Yuan Tingshan snorted coldly, "We're really brothers in the same boat. We're both at odds with that Su guy." Qi Shen dismissed it with a laugh. The yellow dragon ship gradually sailed away. Yu Yue and a short little girl were standing at the bow of the ship. The latter was helping her carry the big white cat, Wu Meinyang. The little girl was nicknamed Little Wooden Fish. Her hair was braided with goat horns, and her surname was Wang. Her father's generation were all teachers of the academy. The epitaph written by her father was famous all over the world. It was praised by the literary circles of the Central Plains as those who don't shed tears upon hearing it must be heartless and unfilial. Because the little girl often appeared in Master Yu's lectures, she was as famous as Wu Meinyang in the academy. Over time, she also gained the nickname of Little Mr. Wang. Wu Meinyang jumped out of the little girl's arms and slipped back into the cabin to hide from the rain. The little girl stood on tiptoe and leaned against the railing. She asked curiously, "Big Sister Yu, do you think a flood dragon will appear in such a big lake?" Yu Yue couldn't help but laugh. "I don't know about that." The little girl asked timidly, "The newly established White Horse Academy in Bailiang has invited you to give a lecture. Do you want to go?" Yu Yue fell silent. Seeing this, the little girl didn't dare to say anything else. She sighed like an old woman and suddenly said, "The scenery is old, so how can I not recall Jiangnan?" Yu Yue's smile became slightly bitter. "The scenery is old, so how can I not recall Bailiang?" Chapter 1817. Basins of various sizes in the western regions were scattered all over the place, making it easy for an army to move freely. It was difficult to set up a defense. Therefore, in history, the Central Plains dynasties could only reach the western regions during their heyday. The Bailiang protectorates followed the rise of the Great Feng dynasty. Today, the three towns of Qingsang, Linyao, and Fengxiang existed to connect the western regions and the Central Plains. In the vast area to the west of Linyao, the Miyun Pass was the main passageway. Mount Lantual was located on the left side of the pass, making it a natural place to store troops. One after another, two cavalry armies slowly moved east along this wide mountain pass. The latter was a typical northern Mang light cavalry formation. Apart from the 100-man commanders and 1,000-man commanders who wore armor that was no different from the Central Plains cavalry generals, the cavalry mostly wore light and durable armor made from leather. They were equipped with all sorts of weapons, including cavalry sabers, spears, cavalry bows, and there were even many wolf-tooth clubs and horse lassos hanging from the sides of the auxiliary horses. That vanguard cavalry was clearly even heavier. For the sake of not harming the warhorse's legs, there were 2 additional mounts, the 2 mounts separately carrying armors, namely weapons and armor. The armored horses had eye-catching armor pouches hanging from them. The set of armor almost completely covered in leather on the inside, and either scale armor or chain mail on the outside. The weapons were also comparatively more orderly, all of them being spears, cavalry bows, and cavalry blades, all of them hanging from the soldiers' horses. Meanwhile, this cavalry army, numbering around 3,000, also had leather armor on their war horses. Just from the scale of this 1 man, 3 mounts, one could tell that regardless of how strong or weak these 3,000 cavalry were, they were definitely the old man's army in northern Mang's border army. According to Bei Mang's trusted enemy, the Bailiang Frontier Army, the Bei Mang Border Army could be divided into 3 types. The cavalry nicknamed the Sun's Army belonged to the elites of the southern dynasties, with each man riding 2 horses. They could be considered the sons of the southern dynasty's influential officials. They did not lack anything good. Their horses were excellent, and their armors were excellent. The cavalry of important military towns, such as the tile-building gentleman's pavilion, were among them. As for the Sun's Zijuan army, they were much inferior in the eyes of the cavalry outside Bailiang. Especially outside the Liangzhou Pass, they were no different from military exploits on horseback. There was also a powerful cavalry force known as the Laozi Army, which was not to be underestimated. They had as many as 3 or even 5 auxiliary horses. For example, Dongzh was private cavalry, Hong Jingyan's Ruren Iron Cavalry, and the personal troops of the Bei Mang generals such as Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan were all like this. Although their numbers were small, their combat power was extremely strong. There was no situation where they did not dare to fight to the death due to the disparity in numbers. If they won, they would be like a hot knife through butter, but if they lost, they would be completely wiped out. To a large extent, they were able to dominate the situation on the battlefield. After the first battle of Liangmeng, the noble clans of the southern dynasty, who had placed their bets on the battlefields of Liuzhou and Yuzhou, were greatly weakened. Since they could not rely on Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan, the 6 or 7 great clans of the southern dynasty, who were connected with each other, had learned their lesson and placed their bets on the famous Xia Zhemo, Zhong Tan. Of course, Zhong Tan, who enjoyed the shade of a big tree, also took out a lot of his family's savings. The 3,000 elite cavalrymen were from the Zhong family, and half of them were sent to Zhong Tan. Even General Zhong Shintong had no more than 3,000 private cavalrymen under his command, which showed how much the Zhong family valued this legitimate son of the eldest branch. However, this was not surprising. After all, Zhong Tan was a junior that even the empress personally praised in the imperial court. Looking at the Bei Mang officialdom for 20 years, among the seniors in the imperial court, only Lu Gui and Dong Zhuo had such an honor. Zhong Tan rode on a Fergana horse nicknamed Beauty. The young general, who should have been proud of himself, had a gloomy look in his eyes as he looked into the distance of the mountain pass. A trusted Chiliarch beside him asked curiously, "Young lord, more than 80 horse stalls have been sent out, and they are all our men, so there won't be any mistakes. I estimate that there won't be any battles before we reach the Phoenix military town in Liuzhou. What is young lord worried about?" Zhong Tan's ears rang with the familiar sound of hooves and camel bells. He frowned and said, "It's too quiet." The Chiliarch from the Zhong family scratched his big bald head and grinned. Young Lord's trip to Mount Lantua was unexpected, so it's normal that the Bailiang frontier army didn't react in time. The pitiful cavalry in Liuzhou would have a hard time dealing with Huang Songpu's troops. How could they have the time to deal with us? Zhong Tan sighed and said worriedly, in the previous battle, Dong Zhuo had already taken down Liangzhou's Huda city and maintained a balance of power in Liuzhou. In the end, they lost the entire battle because Yuzhou lost too badly. This time, the battle is to the north of Bibei City, but the key to victory is in Liuzhou. What I'm afraid of is that I'll lose in both wars because of where I am. The Chiliarch hurriedly interrupted Zhong Tan's unlucky words and said resentfully, Young Lord, don't jinx it. Zhong Tan laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, with a determined look in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, Keep an eye on the horse fence at the front and send back spies. If there are any abnormalities, our 3,000 cavalry in the vanguard will prepare for battle and rush out of Mount Miyun as quickly as possible. We must ensure that the 6,000 cavalry behind us can spread out their formation on flat ground. The reason why Xia Zhemo personally led 3,000 cavalrymen to open the way was that he was worried that they would be blocked in Mount Miyun. The 6,000 cavalrymen behind him, who came from various sources, might not be able to successfully block the sudden charge of Bailiang's cavalry. They might even be forced by the enemy to the point where the seawater would flow backward. If that happened, it would be a one-sided slaughter in Mount Miyun. Even though the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua were close at hand, it was of little significance to a cavalry battle where victory or defeat could be decided in a fleeting moment. Zhong Tan, who had experienced the bitter war at Haluku from the beginning to the end, knew very well that the superiority and inferiority of military strength on paper were all false. Not only did the battle at Liangmeng prove this point, but the two young men, Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, also proved this point with one unimaginable victory after another during the re-establishment of West Chu at Guangling Road in the Central Plains. Although Zhong Tan had a discussion with his father, Zhong Shintong, and his little uncle, Zhong Liang, beforehand, they believed that the dangerous situation in Liuzhou did not allow Bailiang to dispatch 20,000 cavalrymen to intercept them, and that once their military strength was less than 20,000 cavalrymen, then Zhong Tan's 10,000 cavalrymen, and the nearly 10,000 monk soldiers of Mount Lantua, who were about to rush to the battlefield, would be in an invincible position on any battlefield to the west of Liuzhou. However, Zhong Tan never felt that there was anything inevitable on the battlefield. During the monarch's question and answer session at the imperial court in Xijing, Her Majesty praised this young man endlessly in front of all the important ministers. Zhong Tan did not say much, and said that there was nothing outstanding about him, and he could only be cautious in using troops. This was not only to give consideration to the face of Lu Gui Dongzhuo and the other defeated generals, but more importantly, it was a true portrayal of Zhong Tan's disposition of troops. Zhong Tan muttered to himself, as long as I get out of this Miyun Pass, even if you, Su Fingnian, have the ability to stir up clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with one turn of the hand in Liuzhou, it won't affect the overall situation. However, even if you have the courage to come and intercept me, can you really stop me? Even though they were close to the exit, there was still some distance to go, and the latest military intelligence sent back by the stables didn't have any abnormalities. However, Zhong Tan suddenly narrowed his eyes and issued a strange military order. 3,000 vanguard cavalrymen, change horses, put on armor. Zhong Tan took the lead and charged forward. If there were no Bailiang cavalrymen waiting outside the pass, then it would just be treated as a military exercise. In the art of war, there had always been a saying of attacking halfway, and it varied according to the time and place. a young and scholarly cavalry general raised his arm, and the 6,000 cavalrymen behind him suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked towards the Miyun Pass about 3 li away. The 6,000 men behind him were all travel-worn, revealing exhausted expressions. One person riding 2 horses, both men and horses were exhausted. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, without at least half an hour of rest and reorganization, their combat strength definitely wouldn't recover to its peak state. The best divine steed under the heavens could roughly run 300 li in a day. The so-called 600 li or even 800 li of haste were all obtained through the exchange of horses at the relay stations and the huge price of not being held accountable for the deaths of people killed by the courier horses. In reality, the key to determining a cavalry's speed was the stamina of the cavalry's most inferior warhorse. Those famous long-distance raids were all built on the premise of harming the horses. To put it simply, they had to continuously run the weak supporting horses to death to ensure the warhorse's stamina and charging power on the battlefield. Otherwise, how could a cavalry that would be exhausted after 2 or 3 charges cause any damage to the enemy? Chapter 1818. For this attack on the western regions, the Beiliang Protectorate and the Liuzhou Provincial Governor's Office both required him and the other cavalry to do their best to intercept Zhong Tan's 10,000 cavalry and force the monk soldiers of Mount Lantuo behind him to enter the Qingtsang main battlefield in Liuzhou as late as possible. Thus, in the final analysis, this interception battle did not require great results. It was just about time for the Yuan Dao cavalry to penetrate deep into the enemy territory and the main Longxiang army. It was easy to fight, but it was also not easy to fight. The conservative way of fighting was to ignore the Mount Lantuo infantry and monk soldiers. They only needed to endlessly tangle with Zhong Tan's cavalry to open the way. In this way, the mission would be considered complete. But as the 2 cavalry forces traveled side by side, he proposed an extremely risky idea, a radical plan that would make it difficult for the 2 cavalry forces to fight. He originally thought that the young man nicknamed Chow Shorty and Wintermelon would resolutely reject the idea and bring up the idea of looking at the big picture. However, this young Beiliang cavalry general, who was fighting side by side with him for the first time, actually agreed without a second word. Not only that, he took the initiative to take on an even more suicidal mission. His reasoning was that Chow Wei had more men under his command, and that General Chow's ability to lead and fight was greater. At the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he also had a somewhat inexplicable feeling. When he was in Guangling Road, he was used to shouldering all the burdens alone. He was used to the heaviness of having tens or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers all tied to his shoulders. This battle, before it even began, made him feel very unfamiliar. He turned his head to look at the cavalry forces belonging to the 2 towns of Linyao and Fengxiang. Unconsciously, he reached out to grasp the war blade he had obtained not long ago, the 6th generation Su Dao. He had only begun to understand many things and details after truly coming to the northwest and entering the border army. For example, the war blade in his hand. It turned out that the cold blade had to be sharpened twice. The first time was to sharpen the blade in the workshop, and the second time was to kill and drink blood on the battlefield. Otherwise, if the war blade only had the first time, it could not be called a cold blade. Xie Shibian smiled. Beiliang was cold and bitter, but there were many things to pay attention to. But he liked it very much. The 6,000 cavalrymen behind him had a complicated background. Some of them were originally strong horse bandits who had ruled over the 2 towns. Some were young and strong refugees from Liuzhou who had fought for their household registration. And some were Western region cavalrymen who had been roped in by the woman called Chai Dongdi. Accurately speaking, They were like Xie Shibian. Compared to the Beimang barbarians, the Beiliang frontier army, they were all fledglings. The people were like this, and the newly issued cold blades at their waists were even more so, cutting off the heads of the northern Mang barbarians and using them as a blade to bleed and sharpen. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to those beautiful Yanji County women. It was unknown who was the first person who said, Xie Shibian. Although his master was Chao Chongqing from West Chu, he was born in the streets and alleys of Xie Shibian. Naturally, he liked it very much. Xie Shibian's military orders were accurately passed down, one by one. He divided the 6,000 cavalry into 3 groups according to their origins. The 2,500 cavalrymen from the 2 towns were the vanguard. They charged at Zhong Tan's cavalry that had appeared outside the Miyun exit. If they succeeded, the whole army would advance. If they failed, as long as they could stabilize their position and prevent the Beimang cavalry from successfully spreading out their formation outside the mountain pass, they would retreat after a small battle. The second group of 1,000 cavalrymen would take their place. Then it would be Chai Dongdi's 2,000 cavalrymen who would retreat and advance. He personally led 500 Longxiang army elites to hold the line. Once the Beimang cavalry appeared, Xie Shibian would retreat. If there were any signs of them breaking out of the formation, Xie Shibian would order the 500 elite cavalrymen to block the exit of Miyun Pass even if they died in battle. After parting ways with Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry, the latter had already passed most of the crossbows and cavalry bows to Xie Shibian's cavalry. The best-case scenario would naturally be the elite cavalry of Zhongtan tribe bringing up the rear, while the ordinary cavalry would be the first to charge out of Mount Miyun. However, Xie Shibang believed that the young man, who relied on the mouth of the bottle gourd and the corpses of Crouching Bao, and Wanhe, 2 cities' northern Liang border army, to become Xia Jubo, would definitely not be this careless. Even if Zhong Tan really did not live up to his name, Xie Shibian was even more confident that he would be able to take back the merit that he had missed out on. Xie Shibian and Zhong Tan in the mountain pass gave the order at almost the same time. Then they said the exact same words: change horses, put on armor. After Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalrymen separated from Xie Shibian, they began a lightning-fast long-distance raid, without caring about the injuries of the war horses. They directly went around Miyun Mountain Pass. He wanted to charge in through an entrance near the west end of Miyun Mountain Pass, and then quickly rush east along the mountain pass. In the end, he would be between Zhong Tan's cavalry and Lantua Mountain's monk soldiers. He wanted to see if Xie Shibian's 6,000 cavalrymen could defend the east gate. He wanted to wait until he could viciously stab Zhong Tan's cavalry in the ass. Therefore, when Chao Wei parted with Xie Shibian, he half-jokingly said, "Surnamed Xie, General Chao, will definitely become a man like old Liang Wang Su Shao. In the end, this time, my head is tied to your belt. Please don't let me die young." Xie Shibian did not say any heroic words at that time. He only nodded. When Xie Shibian saw the short general galloping away, he raised his arm and gave him a thumbs up. He did not know what kind of unique meaning Chao Wei had, or what kind of strange rules the Beiliang frontier army had. 10,000 cavalrymen rushed forward with great momentum. Chao Wei's lips were cracked, and some blood seeped out. However, his face was full of smiles as he roared, "I want the Battle of Miyun Mountain Pass to be no less heroic than Lu Xingxiang's Battle of Luzhou in the snow, and Chu Lushan's 1,000 cavalrymen opening Shu. Chao Wei can die, but I can't die a nameless death." Although Miyun Mountain Pass appeared to be narrowed, like a woman's slender waist, it was still able to allow more than 20 cavalrymen to rush out side by side. Previously, Xie Shibian could see several Beimang cavalrymen rushing back to the mountain pass to pass on military intelligence. The battle was about to start. However, Zhong Tan's cavalry rushed out faster and fiercer than expected. As a result, the 50 cavalry in front of the Phoenix Legion and Lin Yao Legion were scattered in an instant, even though Northern Liang's light crossbows and cavalry archers already fired in unison, arrows scattering towards the exit like rain, quickly shooting down 20 to 30 Northern Mang barbarians. The Northern Mang cavalry's overall momentum didn't decrease. Xie Shibian immediately changed his strategy, immediately ordering the 500 Longxiang army soldiers to charge forward. There were not enough corpses on both sides, far from enough to form a natural barrier. Xie Shibian stopped his horse half a mile away from the mountain pass. Beside him were dozens of personal guards and 6 messengers. He was not a fierce general who charged into battle. When he personally wiped out Liang Chuanxiu's old general Yan Jinchuan, Xie Shibian also did not go up to kill the enemy. It was not that Xie Shibian did not have the courage to kill people in anger, but he knew that only a general who was alive to give out orders could lead an army to kill the enemy. Not only did Xie Shibian send those 500 elite cavalrymen to their deaths, he even gave a military order. If they fell off their horses and did not die, please do your best to kill the horses. Xie Shibian thought back to those resolute faces. After hearing this order, almost everyone's eyes were filled with pain. In the end, they all silently rode their horses away. After the 500 Longxiang elite cavalrymen rushed to the battlefield, Xie Shibian expressionlessly ordered the cavalry of the 2 towns to spread out in a semicircular formation. Once the 500 cavalry showed signs of retreating, or when there were only 50 cavalry left standing on the battlefield, they had to fire at Miyun Pass without distinguishing between friend and foe. The deputy generals of Lin, Yao, and Feng Xiang wanted to say something, but stopped. They gritted their teeth and accepted the order. Then Xie Shibian had Lin Yao and Feng Xiang open up a path for 20 cavalrymen to charge forward side by side at the top of the fan. He had 1,000 young vagabond cavalrymen get ready, gathering all the spears in the army and distributing them to these young vagabond cavalrymen. He also picked out 600 people who were good at archery to form an army in front of the fan between the 2 towns. Xie Shibian sat on his horse and looked at the battlefield that could not be any narrower. It was a weird battlefield where both men and horses died. Although he could not see the situation within Miyun Mountain Pass, he could imagine the dense iron armor squeezing together like a swarm of locusts, like a nest of ants. If the Fushui Room's report had a mistake, the monk soldiers of Lantua Mountain did not need to be reorganized. They would have gathered together with Zhong Tan's cavalry. If Chao Wei's cavalry did not advance quickly enough, or if they appeared on the battlefield, they were already at the end of their rope. If Xie Shibian could not defend this pass, as long as one of those was true, then the Battle of Liuzhou would be in a terrible state. At this moment, for some reason, Xie Shibian thought back to that young man who always seemed to smile warmly. That young man who personally suggested to him to walk around and see more things. Xie Shibian took in a deep breath and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "You left 500 seeds for to chew. How can I not repay you with my life?" From today onwards, there was no more General de Chu Xie Shibian. Only the Beiliang Frontier Army Xie Shibian. Chapter 1819. Outside Beiliang Pass, there was the sound of horse hooves. It was like the sound of an old chick, endless, and had been ringing for 20 years. Inside the pass, there was the sound of reading. It was like the sound of an old phoenix. The sound of reading came from a new academy. In Liangzhou, there was a new White Horse Academy. Unlike the previous Green Deer Cave Academy, which was located in the mountains and forests, this academy was built in the downtown area of Liangzhou. Yao Baifeng, who had just returned from the capital, was the first head of the academy. Not only did the Qin Liang Mountain Palace gift 6,000 scrolls, but the king of Beiliang, Su Fengyin, personally bestowed a plaque. Beiliang's Dao administrator Li Gongda, the new Liangzhou provincial governor Lu Dongjiang, and the Yuzhou provincial governor Huang Yan all personally gave books to the academy. For a time, the officials and nobles of Beiliang followed suit. This allowed the White Horse Academy to complete an unprecedented feat on the first day of the academy's establishment. There were 10,000 scrolls in the library. Thus, the library was named after 10,000 scrolls. At the same time, Yao Baifeng created a new sage hall in the academy, sculpting the statues of the sage of the Zhang family and the 10 sages and 36 sages. At the same time, Yao Baifeng set up a monument to start the academy. He emphasized that scholars entering the White Horse Academy should preach and seek benevolence. Therefore, he didn't teach the imperial exams, art, which was the foundation of the imperial exam. This was obviously contrary to the study of the imperial exam. Other than Yao Baifeng as the headmaster, the renowned White Lotus of Mount Longhu, Baiyu, and the former provincial governor of Lingzhou, Su Beiji, were both deputy headmasters. The mountain master of Green Deer Cave Academy, Huang Shang, and other great Confucian scholars of the Central Plains, who had rushed to northern Liang to take root, also promised to come to White Horse Academy to give lectures on time. It was even rumored that Chancellor Wang, who had led thousands of scholars to northern Liang, had also promised to contact Shangyin Academy and promised to recommend a Mr. Ji Shang from Shangyin Academy, which was known as the source of all the scholars in the world, to teach in northern Liang. As a result, White Horse Academy, which originally only accepted 80 people, was flooded with people. They had no choice but to make an exception and recruit 200 young scholars. The number of local and foreign scholars in Beiliang was roughly the same. Lu Dongjiang, the official of Liangzhou's parents, was even more enthusiastic. Supporting the White Horse Academy was the first thing he did after taking office. He opened the door to all the affairs of the academy and even treated the lecture hall of the academy as the official residence of the provincial governor. He went to the White Horse Academy every 2 or 3 days. He even allocated 600 acres of fertile land under the name of the Lu family and gave it to the academy in the name of Liangzhou. This made the officials of Beiliang, who had a lot of complaints about the Lu family, look at the Lu family in a new light. Even the deputy administrator Song Dongming, who had been estranged from the Lu family, once again invited Lu Piao, who had once been famous for his calligraphy, to a private banquet. At the beginning of autumn, a carriage slowly drove to the downtown area of Liangzhou City. The carriage was very ordinary, and there were no retainers following it. The coachman was a middle-aged man who didn't look like a coachman. The curtain of the carriage was lifted slightly, and the man in the carriage quietly looked at the scene on the street. Some shops had changed their signs, and some stalls had disappeared. Some restaurants were still selling green ant wine, and some inns had taken over their father's business. When the carriage passed by a newly opened shop, the carriage slowly stopped. The coachman quietly waited for the owner's orders. He didn't dare to speak without permission, reminding the people of the academy that they were patiently waiting for his arrival. The young man holding the corner of the curtain looked at the shop. He remembered that every time he returned, he would go there to buy a big bag of spiced beef wrapped in oiled paper. He had met Miss Hehe there. At that time, he had never thought that the old owner of the shop was Huang Sanja. At that time, Hehe's strange big cat was still alive. He remembered that he had reunited with Miss East and West in this area. It was also the first time he saw the little monk from North and South who wanted to become a Buddha and burn his saraira. There was also a monk from Mount Lantuo who insisted that he go to the western region to dual cultivate with the white-clothed bodhisattva who would become a goddess at the gate of Xiangfan City in the future. At that time, He thought that she was an old cow eating young grass. She was too shameless, and he was too disadvantaged, so he didn't agree. Later on, he regretted it so much that his intestines almost turned green. However, when he thought about it now, he just smiled and let it go. The female bodhisattva, with a head full of black hair, was different from the girl who he mistook as a banished immortal when he first met her, when he traveled the Jianghu. These beautiful women, when they had the chance to get close to someone, they would lose their feelings of love. When they saw her, they would still think that she was pretty, but they didn't need to have her. When they didn't see her, they wouldn't miss her. He put down the curtain and said softly, "Steward Song, let's go to the White Horse Academy." Steward Song was the chief steward of the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang in Beiliang. In Beiliang, he could be said to be the only one. The carriage stopped at the gate of the White Horse Academy. When Su Fengnian got off the carriage, he suddenly asked, "Are there not many assassins who broke into Mount Qingliang in recent years?" Song Yu stood respectfully beside the young lord. He bowed slightly and said calmly, "Your Highness, it's probably because those stupid Jianghu people have finally become enlightened. There hasn't been a single assassination in Mount Qingliang this year. It's very peaceful. Many people in the mansion are not used to it." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's indeed less fun to fish. By the way, it seems that there are also fewer wanderers who show up in public." Song Yu laughed softly and said, "It's too difficult for the Jianghu masters to show off their skills in front of your Highness." The White Horse Academy didn't mobilize a large force to welcome them. Su Fengnian stood on the street, looked up at the plaque of the White Horse Academy, and said with emotion, "I never thought that there would be a day when an academy would open in Liangzhou." Song Yu said, "It's all thanks to your Highness. Not everyone in the world is blind or has their hearts stuffed with lard. Justice is in everyone's heart." Su Fengnian nodded solemnly. "Song Yu, your flattery skills haven't dropped at all these years. Compared to other people's flattery, it's always better to be honest." Song Yu, who had followed His Highness for as many years as Su Fengnian had been His Highness, smiled brightly. He seemed to remember the absurd times when he was at His Highness's beck and call. Song Yu's flattery skills hadn't decreased, and in recent years, his temperament had improved even more. In addition, he was familiar with the temperament of this young lord, so he wasn't dissatisfied with the White Horse Academy's lack of activity. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a boring thing. Besides, he knew better than anyone that the leader of the Beiliang cavalry next to him had been very kind to the scholars in recent years. Otherwise, this White Horse Academy wouldn't be able to be established. There were not many rich and powerful vassals in the Liang dynasty, but there were quite a few of them, like the audacious Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yanqi, or Zhao Yi, the Prince of Guangling, who used to be at the height of his power, who could make those learned scholars gather together and teach in their territory. Jinggan's circuit had the Green Party in the imperial court, and it was in the hinterland of the Central Plains, which was close to the Shangyin Academy. But they still couldn't establish a decent academy. Song Yu glanced at the scene around the carriage. In fact, in addition to their carriage, there were 4 or 5 other carriages, which also didn't show the style of the rich and powerful. Song Yu knew that in addition to the lord, there were actually 6 or 7 generals who came to the academy at the same time. It was not a coincidence. Under the proposal of the deputy headmaster of the White Horse Academy, Su Beiji, every once in a while they would invite the generals to teach the scholars about the battlefield. Not to mention that this had never happened in other academies, perhaps even in the ancestor of the World Academy, the Shangyin Academy. There had never been such a strange thing. In the eyes of the scholars, they were just boorish men. How could they reason with the scholars? Although these carriages didn't look amazing, the horses were all plump and expensive horses. To be precise, if they were placed in the Bailiang Frontier Army, they were either the best or the second best, because they were originally from the two pastures in Bailiang, Xianli, and Tianjing, but they were not supplied to the border army through special channels. For this kind of thing, whether it was the old King Liang, Su Shao, or the new King Liang, who was next to Song Yu, they all turned a blind eye and never looked into it. Those old generals, who had spent most of their lives on the battlefield, had more than 10 good horses at home after they retired. What was wrong with that? It was said that among the old generals of Bailiang who came to visit the White Horse Academy today, there were two senior deputy commanders, Wei Taizhan and Lu Yuanji, who had returned to the border army not long ago but didn't have any actual power for the time being. The 7 or 8 generals, who had all been exposed to the smoke of war, were the first batch of old soldiers that Su Beiji invited to the White Horse Academy with great hospitality. It was true that in the current Bailiang officialdom, especially the civil officials, perhaps only the 2 young officials, Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, could invite these old guys. Even the administrator, Li Gongda, couldn't do it. Even the nominal deputy administrator, Song Dongming, who was in fact the leader of the civil officials in Bailiang, couldn't do it. As for the relative of the emperor, Lu Dongjiang, the provincial governor of Liangzhou, couldn't do it either. Because if one were to say something harsh, in fact, among the civil and military officials in Bailiang, only these 2 young people were the true ministers of the emperor. Iron Buddha General Ningame, Yuzhou General Huang Fuqiu, and the infantry deputy commander, Great Ancestor Gu, were still inferior to these 2. The backbone of the White Horse Academy was actually not the literary grandmaster of Liang, Yao Baifeng, but Su Beiji, who had successfully retired from the position of the provincial governor of Lingzhou, Song Yu, as the former steward of Wutongyan, and now the chief steward of the entire Mount Qingliang, was of course the young lord's trusted aide. The most important thing was that Song Yu was still young, in his early 40s. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't have the opportunity to be a senior official of the Su family for 3 dynasties in the Bailiang. It was easy to imagine how important his position was. This had nothing to do with whether this man was an official or not. Even the gatekeeper of the prime minister was a 3rd-grade official, let alone the chief steward of a king's mansion. Therefore, Song Yu was very satisfied and grateful to the Su family. Song Yu slowed down slightly and followed Su Fengnian to the White Horse Academy. Chapter 1820. A young scholar in a green robe hurriedly walked out of the gate of the White Horse Academy. He looked around and was slightly stunned when he saw Su Fengnian and Song Yu. He was a scholar from Huainan who had recently studied at the academy. He was not one of the people who had followed Chancellor Wang to the grave. His ancestors were classmates with Yao Baifeng. They had studied together under Mr. Xingyuan in Shanglua County. Because of this, his grandfather asked this grandson to come to Liangzhou when he heard that Yao Baifeng was hosting the White Horse Academy again. Because of his honest and gentle personality and profound family knowledge, the old Yao Baifeng asked this young man to help him with some trivial matters. Today, when the group of Bailiang military leaders came to visit, it was mostly him who led people into the academy. The White Horse Academy also received the news from Mount Qingliang at the last minute that the Lord was coming. This was naturally a big deal for the young scholar. However, the attitude of Yao Baifeng and Su Beiji made him a little confused. They were indifferent and only told him to lead the way when he saw the Lord. However, the young scholar was inevitably troubled. He didn't know the young lord, but he soon felt relieved. Presumably, when a powerful lord of Liang came out, it would be amazing. To be honest, he was very curious about the legendary young lord and also somewhat admired him. There was a popular saying in the Central Plains, Southern Song Dynasty and Northern Su Dynasty. It was said that West Chu Song Yushu's splendid articles and Bailiang Su Fengyan's charm and bearing were both peerless in the world. It was quite like southern Xia and northern Li in the spring and autumn period. The young scholar looked at the man in a white robe with only one retinue. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was most likely Su Fengyan. However, how could such a simple person be the lord of Bailiang cavalry, who had successfully stirred up the general trend of the world? Su Fengyan went up the steps and saw a simple wooden frame at the door. A string of exquisite jade hooks was tied to the horizontal railing to hang the swords. Su Fengyan had once promised Mount Master Huangshan, when the Green Deer Cave Academy was first established, that no matter which martial artist of Bailiang wanted to enter the Bailiang Academy, no matter their official rank, they would have to take off their swords. At this time, there were 7 Bailiang swords hanging on the wooden frame. Battle swords with jade hooks hanging on the wooden frame. Su Fengyan walked in front of the wooden frame and looked at the battle swords. Most of them were old, and not a single one was the newest Su 6 swords. One of the battle swords had a severely worn scabbard. It could even be called a unique first-generation Su family sword. Even in Mount Qingliang, there was not a single first-generation Su sword. Even though Su Shao had sent people to the Central Plains to buy such battle swords at a high price, there were still no results. This was because the first-generation Su swords were not forged in large quantities. There were no more than 7,000 of them. Secondly, the conditions at the time were harsh, and the forging process was very crude. This resulted in the battle swords not being of good quality. Many of them were damaged on the battlefield and could not withstand more than a few battles. At that time, Su Shao had led his troops on expeditions everywhere and fought many bitter battles. He was even worse than a stray dog. He did not even know whether he could survive or not. He was used to the life of fighting. As for whether the sword was forged by himself or not, it really did not matter. It should be known that during the war, even Su Shao himself had directly taken off the enemy's armor on the battlefield and put it on himself. When Su Shao was alive, he only liked to brag to Su Fengyan about his great achievements. He said that he had won many battles and defeated many famous generals in the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn. However, he never told Su Fengyan about how many hardships he had suffered in those years. He did not even mention a word about it. Many of these things were heard by Su Fengyan a long time later, when he chatted with people like Chu Lushan and Yuan Suozong. Sometimes, Su Fengyan would also think that if he had children in the future, he would also have the opportunity to wait for them to grow up slowly. Probably like Su Shao, he would only tell them that their father had defeated many martial arts masters in his life, but would not tell them how many injuries and how much blood he had lost in those life-and-death battles. Father and son in the world were generally like this. I have never been a father, so I don't know the hardships of my father. When Su Fengyan slowly took off the sword at his waist, he turned to look at Song Yu and asked with a smile, "Steward Song, will your twins, who have just turned 10 years old, be tired of your nagging?" Hearing such a question out of the blue, Song Yu, who was extremely clever, was still a little unprepared. But soon he smiled and said, "Of course, every time I tell the 2 children how many great figures their father has seen, they always snort at me and want to cover their ears. But when I tell them about the great deeds of the Lord, even if they have heard it too many times, they will still enjoy it." Chapter 18:21. Su Fengyan had seen this pair of beautiful siblings a few times in Mount Qingliang. Different from the elder brother who was already an official and the second sister who was married to Lingzhou, they were lively and naughty. They liked to run up and down the mountain. It was said that they had a good relationship with the young lady that Chen Shiliang brought from Gangnam-do, Huyen Dagwan's daughter, and the little green robe that Yu Groom left in the prince's mansion. They often played together. Once, Su Fengnian was walking on the long embankment in the middle of the lake alone in the morning. A group of children were squatting by the lake stealthily, fishing for carps with the crude fishing rods they made themselves. There were already 4 or 5 fat carps in the small wooden basin. As a result, he bumped into them. He deliberately coughed from afar. Song Yu's youngest son immediately overturned the wooden basin, told everyone to throw the fishing rods into the lake, and then ran away. Su Fengnian, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could only help these troublemakers retrieve the fishing rods and wooden basins from the lake and stay where they were. The carps in Tide Hark Lake had an extraordinary origin. They came from a natural pond at the top of a mountain in Liaodong. In the eyes of Qi cultivators, these carps were not ordinary creatures. They were born with golden scales and carried the luck of the mortal world. The carps in Tide Hark Lake were said to be worth 10 gold per tael. They had always been the dream of Beiliang's civil officials. The generals who followed Su Xiao in the early years were all uncouth and had no interest in these things. Yan Jieshi, who had not betrayed Beiliang and went to Great Peace City at that time, also disdained to ask for them. Only Li Gongda shamelessly asked Su Xiao for a few. Su Xiao waved his hand and said that he would catch as many as he could and bring them home. At that time, Li Gongda, who was already the military governor of Feng province, really went to catch them himself. In the end, he caught 7 or 8 carps and brought them back to his own pond. It was said that the pond already had 100 carps. Of course, Su Fengnian and Li Hamlin both knew that Li Gongda would smile from ear to ear every time he looked at the pond, not because he liked those carps, but because those carps were all living silver. When the young scholar heard this conversation, he was shocked. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was really the king of Beiliang. He was the one who led the Beiliang cavalry to block the million-strong army of Beimang. After Su Fengnian removed the cold saber from his waist, he gently hung it on a jade hook at the edge of the shelf on the left. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but in this way, all 6 generations of the Su family's war sabers were gathered. The young scholar was a little frightened. He quickly bowed and said, "Dai Yuanjie of Fengtang County greets the king." Su Fengnian said in surprise, "Fengtang County of Ji Province? Who is Mr. Jiawen to you? Are you the distant grandson of the Dai family?" Dai Yuanjie was even more surprised. He hadn't expected that a grand vassal king would have heard of his grandfather. Their Dai family had once been a wealthy and influential family of the old northern Han. For the past 300 years, the family's descendants had been ranked according to the 8 characters indifferent and clear aspiration, tranquil and distant. When it came to Dai Yuanjie's generation, it just happened to be the distant character. However, the Dai family was the same as many other wealthy families of the spring and autumn period. Following the conclusion of that unjust battle, the Dai family had fallen into decline. The family's descendants scrupulously followed the rules set by Mr. Jiao on studying but not becoming an official. The Dai family's library, the 800 Iron Sword Library, was one of the 6 great libraries of the spring and autumn period. In particular, it collected over 100 types of rare books, as well as innumerable copies and copies. After the old northern Han was destroyed by Su Zhao's troops, the Dai family's library, which had always been open to outsiders, was no longer open to the public. Even the family's descendants couldn't rashly enter the library to read. This well-learned young scholar raised his head and replied with a stern expression, "It is my ancestor." Su Fengnian's expression was somewhat awkward. Half of the Tide Listening Pavilion's rare books were extorted from the 800 Iron Sword Library by our Su family. If you have come to Beiliang to ask for those books, I will have someone organize them and do my best to return them to you. This was the first time Dai Yuanjie had heard of this secret. His grandfather had never mentioned this matter to him. For a moment, he was even more embarrassed than Su Fengnian. He was just a weak scholar. How could he have the courage to come to Beiliang and settle accounts with this northwestern vassal king? Su Fengnian smiled and said, "The books will only be collecting dust in the tide listening pavilion. It would be better to return them to your Dai family. However, let me say this first. The books can be returned, but the prerequisite is that your Dai family library must not keep them to yourself. You must open them to the descendants of other clans and scholars from other places. You can first discuss this matter with Teacher Jiao. Of course, this is a presumptuous request. Teacher Jiao might not agree, but it won't affect your studies at White Horse Academy. You, Dai Yuanjie, can relax. If it really doesn't work out, I will gift those books to White Horse Academy under your Dai family's name. You can also mention this matter to Teacher Jiao and in your family letter." After weighing the pros and cons, Dai Yuanjie felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He bowed once more and said with great admiration, "Your Highness is magnanimous." Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. He held back some of the words he was about to say. In truth, Su Xiao had relied on knives to borrow the books back then. It was only because the Su family still had hundreds of thousands of knives that the matter of returning the books had become so voluminous. In truth, the Su family was in the wrong in this matter. It was just that Su Fengnian didn't want to talk about this with a descendant of the Dai family. No matter how good a book was, if no one read it, it might seem valuable, but it was actually the least valuable. However, Su Fengnian had also heard many strange words from Huang Longshi from Miss Hehe. This Huang Sanjia had said that the scholars of the future would be too relaxed about studying. They would instead pay less attention to the painstaking efforts of the predecessors. As a result, there would be the helpless sigh of "the ancients have already explained everything." Su Fengnian followed the young scholar into White Horse Academy. The young scholar glanced back for no reason. That wooden frame. After the spring and autumn period, the 6 knives of the Su family, arranged here. Chapter 1822. The White Horse Academy was built according to the old system of having a lecture hall in the middle and a study hall on the left and right. The 300 scholars lived in the 60 study halls on the east and west sides. There were only 19 teachers teaching in the academy all year round, including Yao Baifeng and Su Beiji. The vice headmaster Baiyu still needed to take charge of the official affairs on Mount Qingliang. However, the academy planned to invite more than 20 temporary lecturers this autumn and winter. There was a long list of names, enough to be described as a spectacular lineup. There was Huang Shang, the head of the Green Deer Cave Academy; Song Yan, the new provincial governor of Yuzhou, who advocated legalism; Wang Shihua, the great scholar of Huangnam County, who was praised by Yao Baifeng as one of the 3 talents of provincial governors; Cheng Sui, the eldest brother who once studied under Han Guzi in the Shangyan Academy together with Su Weisheng, Su Huang, and others. It was said that there was also Yu Wei, the master of music who was currently serving as the teacher of Ji Shang in the Shangyan Academy. Su Fengnian walked slowly with Dai Yuanjie and finally stopped in front of the library. Yao Baifeng, Lu Yuanji, and Wei Taizhan, these meritorious old generals, sat together to bask in the sun, while Su Beiji led a group of young scholars of the academy to bask in the sun. Yao Baifeng, who had stepped down from the position of Chancellor of the Imperial College, looked hale and hearty, unlike the rumors of Liang Imperial Court, who had resigned due to illness. In fact, even Su Fengnian didn't know why Yao Baifeng would take the initiative to leave Graydon City, and why he didn't spend the rest of his life in the capital, but instead returned to Beiliang. It should be known that the Yao Family Academy was reputed to be able to compete with the entire imperial college. Although this was an exaggeration, no one doubted Yao Baifeng's lofty reputation in the literary circles of Liyang. In fact, in the past few years in Graydon City, Yao Baifeng was almost the only one who was willing to speak up for Beiliang's military and political affairs in the imperial court. Su Fengnian believed that if he hadn't disobeyed the emperor of the Zhao family, then with Yao Baifeng's reputation and knowledge, he would have long been able to rise to the center of power in Liyang, standing shoulder to shoulder with Huan Wen, Zhao Yuling, and Yin Maochun, instead of staying in the imperial college that had a clear reputation but no real power. Moreover, after Yao Baifeng had followed Yan Jieshi into the capital to become an official, many of the Yao family's younger generation followed suit. Now that Yao Baifeng had chosen to enter the White Horse Academy in Beiliang, even Su Fengnian felt a little worried for the old man. So much so that when he was discussing matters with Song Dongming on Mount Qingliang, Su Fengnian suggested that Yao Baifeng could only be a lecturer and not be the dean, in order to help the old man reduce the rumors in the Liyang imperial court. As the prime minister chosen by Yuan Bunshi in the past, Song Dongming, who was well aware of the deep and shallow waters of Liyang's officialdom, also supported this idea. However, in the end, Yao Baifeng still tactfully refused. He jokingly said, "I'm not young. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." He insisted on personally becoming the head of the academy. Mount Qingliang, or rather, Su Fengnian, couldn't dissuade this venerable scholar, and could only let Yao Baifeng take charge of the White Horse Academy. Seeing Su Fengnian's arrival, Lu Yuanji and Wei Taizhan, the two deputy commanders of the Beiliang Frontier Army in the early years, did not dare to take advantage of their seniority and immediately stood up to welcome him. This was especially so for Lu Yuanji, who was unaware of the fact that the younger generation of his family had run amok in the countryside. On the eve of Su Fengnian's succession, Lu Yuanji had been scolded by his former colleague, Lin Dofang, to the nose. Fuming with anger, Lu Yuanji rushed back to his mansion, and the first thing he did was to summon all of his unfilial descendants, who were all respectful in front of him, to the ancestral hall. With an attitude that showed that he was not afraid to kill the wrong person, he made all of the younger generation of the Lu family kneel on the ground and personally whipped each of them 100 times with a leather whip. 7 or 8 people fainted on the spot, dripping with blood. The women of the Lu family outside the ancestral hall were so scared that they did not even dare to cry out loud. When 3 of the 7 stewards of the Tianfu were beaten to death, the study companions of the younger generation of the Lu family all packed up and left. From then on, the Lu family became very strict. Lu Yuanji even closed his door and refused to see any guests. It was not until the commander of the left cavalry, Hizhong, suddenly sent word to him that he and his old men were to return to the frontier army that Lu Yuanji finally showed his face. Otherwise, this old general probably did not plan to have any dealings with his former comrades in this lifetime. These generals of Beiliang, who had experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period, had made great contributions, were unruly and difficult to tame, and refused to be restrained. This was naturally the truth. However, there was one thing that was different from many of the founding heroes of Liyang, and that was they harbored an indescribable and deep-rooted deep complex toward the Su family, or rather, toward Su Shao. If Yan Jinchuan, Yang Xinqing, and Ma Lulang, these great generals of Liyang, helped the old emperor to conquer the Su family's country, then Yan Wenwan, Wei Taizhan, and Lu Yuanji, these valiant generals, followed Su Shao to conquer the Su family's country. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was very simple. Su Shao shared weal, and woe with them went into battle together and fought together. There was not only the friendship between a ruler and his subject, but also the brotherhood of fellow soldiers who exchanged their lives for his. In the imperial court, it was difficult to understand. and it was the hardest to see the true heart. On the battlefield, in the moment of life and death, it was the easiest to see one's nature. Before and after the infamous Su Fengnian became the king of Beiliang, undercurrents surged. The original commander of the cavalry, Zhong Hanguo, was killed. In private, it was said that it was not killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, but killing the tiger to warn the wolves. From this, it could be seen how swift and fierce the atmosphere in Beiliang was. When Su Fengnian led the Lingzhou generals as the heir, even if Su Xiao was still alive and controlled the Lingzhou officialdom, there was still that disturbance. After Su Fengnian greeted everyone, he saw the old soldier of the Lotus Seed Camp, Lin Dofang, and suddenly realized that the Su family's first-generation war blade must have been this one-armed old man's treasure. He remembered that in the early years, Su Xiao had mentioned it many times, saying that if there was still a first-generation Su Dao in the world today, it would most likely be the one that he personally gave to Lin Dofang as a token of the marriage between the two families. However, later on, Lin Dofang did not have any children. After this first-generation general of the Lotus Seed Camp became disheartened, he also disappeared without a trace in Beiliang, so the marriage could only be cancelled. The current general of the White Feather Light Cavalry, Yuan Nanting, was from the Lotus Seed Camp. That time, when 600 old soldiers came to the capital to send His Royal Highness off, Lin Dofang, Yuan Nanting, and the current commander of the Right Cavalry, Jean Partridge, Zhou Kong, had both appeared. Dai Yuanjia brought over 2 chairs for Su Fengnian and Song Yu. After Su Fengnian took the chairs, he did not rightfully occupy Yao Baifeng's seat in the middle. He just casually placed them next to Lin Dofang and sat down. As for the head housekeeper of Mount Qingliang, Song Yu, he simply did not take the chairs. He smiled and shook his head in refusal, holding his breath and standing in the distance with rapt attention. Yao Baifeng took all of this in. He smiled slightly, and then his expression turned serious. He went straight to the point and asked, "Your Highness, may I ask if Mount Qingliang has interfered with the incident in Guangling Road's spring snow building?" The sun of early autumn was warm and gentle, but after Yao Baifeng threw out this question, even Lin Dofang, Wei Taizhan, and the other old generals felt their hearts palpitate. Their originally leisurely sitting postures instantly became stiff and tense. Su Fengnian's expression was as usual. He gently shook his head and smiled. "I would like to have some connections, but unfortunately I don't." Yao Baifeng stared at the young vassal king's slightly long and narrow eyes, speechless for a long time. It seemed that he did not catch the clues that he had expected. The old man sighed and said to himself, "The signs of a chaotic world. After only a short 20 years of peace, how did it degenerate into such a situation?" Su Fengnian's expression was still tranquil. He asked with a slight smile, "Does Mr. Yao think that other than the Mang border, where the smoke of war is rising everywhere, even the Central Plains is in turmoil and chaos?" Yao Baifeng was stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, there is no need to be so sarcastic. This old man asks himself, and has never felt that for the stability of the Central Plains, the Beiliang soldiers should die at the border." Chapter 1823. Su Fengnian pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Today's chaos in the Central Plains is hard for the imperial court to absolve itself from the blame. Li Yong removing the feudal vassals and suppressing the power of the local generals are 2 things in the right direction, but the specific methods used are too cruel. For example, Yan Zhinchuan and Yang Xinxing, these old men who hold military power, are undoubtedly loyal to the Zhao clan. And that Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan, actually didn't need to die on the battlefield at all. On the contrary, these people are the source of Li Yang's vitality. Letting them die of old age and illness, although sloppy, is far better than using a deliberate Guangling war to cleanly seize power from the dead. Also, the civil and military officials of Liang are not fools. If my father's evil title is still within the acceptable range, then the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's failing in his old age is especially bitterly disappointed. The current Son of Heaven can't be called a fatuous ruler. He should be called a ruler of resurgence. All kinds of measures, such as building a new pavilion, making an exception to promote Yan Zhenxuan, and so on, can be considered to have greatly comforted the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Unfortunately, there are some things that as a subject, Zhang Julu can do well, but as a ruler, Zhao Zhuan may not be able to do well. At the very least, he doesn't have enough time. Su Fengnian calmly said, "Now the chaos in the Central Plains, where's the chaos? It's just the chaos in the people's hearts." Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan, died with a grudge. Zhao Sui, the Duke of Jiaodong, retreated gloomily. The King of Jing and Zhao Sun, trembling with fear, took Meitaian city. The Duke of Guangling, Zhao Yi, tarnished his own reputation to seek hereditary succession. Then the Duke of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, marching north, is also within reason. The military generals of Liang, not to mention those old men like Yan Yang among the younger generation, Lu Xingxiang, Kai Nan, Tang Taizuang, and so on, I believe these people also have some indescribable hidden pain. If Zhang Julu hadn't died, even if he had already left the imperial court and retreated far away from Jianghu, or even if he didn't end up losing his reputation, the Central Plains definitely wouldn't be in chaos today. Yao Baifeng's face was filled with pain as he said with a trembling voice, "No matter what, the people are innocent." Wei Taizhan shook his head slightly, while Lu Yuanji rolled his eyes. These Beiliang veterans who had survived piles of corpses all snorted disdainfully at this scholarly attitude. Su Fengnian said calmly, "Ever since the founding of the Great Qin Empire, for the past 800 years, there have been constant wars. Which dynasty's people are not innocent. Moreover, the teacher's words of no matter what were too understated. Even if the Emperor Zhao Zhuan had thousands of excuses, as long as he was still sitting on the dragon throne, this disaster would have to be borne by him. Just like how Su Fengnian, blocked the Beimang's horse hooves and didn't allow them to drive straight into the Central Plains. I don't care if the imperial court doesn't care about my good intentions. If I couldn't block them and lost the Second Battle of Liangmang, I wouldn't care if I was cursed in the annals of history or if the people of the Central Plains were to curse me behind my back." Su Beiji, who was crouching not far away and flipping through books to dry them, turned his head and coughed heavily. He said unhappily, "These big words, bullshit, and unlucky words don't say too much. You, the King of Beiliang, don't care, but Su Beiji, do. Also, Teacher Yao is the dean of our White Horse Academy, so you'd better be more polite." Su Fengnian was speechless and somewhat deflated. Yao Baifeng laughed loudly and said happily, "It's fine, it's fine. Today, Your Highness is willing to say these unpleasant words. This old man whose neck is buried in the yellow earth is very happy, very happy." Lu Yuanji chuckled and said, "Of course, our prince is a true Beiliang man, an honest man. He's never said the bullshit bureaucratic words of the Liang Imperial Court." Lin Dofeng laughed and scolded, "Your Highness's ancestral home is Jinzhou of Liaodong. Moreover, you weren't born in Beiliang. You, Lu Laosan, have flattered countless times in your life, but you've never been able to show your face." Lu Yuanji wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, and he respected and didn't fear General Su Shao. He was only afraid of Lin Dofeng, his old brother, who had gone through fire and water with him. Otherwise, in the entire Beiliang, only Lin Dofeng had rewarded Lu Yuanji with a few punches. If it weren't for Wei Taizhan and the others desperately stopping him, Lu Yuanji would probably have been kicked countless times. Wei Taizhan wanted to say something, but stopped. Su Fengnian's eyes were sharp. He said gently, "Old General Wei, if you have something to say, say it." Wei Taizhan gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, is our Bailiang really going to rely on those young people? Are we going to leave the 300,000 cavalry and the survival of Bailiang to the war in Liuzhou?" This time, it was Yao Baifeng's turn to cough. He secretly threw a glance at Su Beiji. After all, the scholars of the academy, who were drying books nearby, were all crooks and honest folk. They had to be careful when dealing with matters at the border. Su Fengnian waved his hand and smiled. "It's fine. Talking about this now won't reveal military matters." Su Fengnian looked straight at Wei Taizhan. "Before Xie Shibian left for Liuzhou, he asked me a question in private. Do you hope that the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang will all die in battle outside the pass, and then wait with a clear conscience and regret for the fall of Bailiang's four prefectures? Or should I take a gamble? Maybe I'll bear the infamy of 1,000 years and be scolded as a border protector who doesn't understand military affairs, but is greedy for merit and advance rashly, and be regarded as a classic example of an armchair strategist by the historians of the later generations, fighting for a chance of survival for northern Liang?" The group of old generals fell into deep thought. Lin Dufang was the first to come back to his senses. With a serious expression, he said, "If your Highness says so, then I didn't come here in vain. When I go back, I'll drink 2 pounds of green ant wine. I'll put aside my stomach full of curses for now. If I lose, I'll go to Mount Qingliang's steel forest and point at that tombstone. I'll pick up the things in my stomach and curse again." Lu Yuanji said resentfully, "Lin Dufang, you're cursing your Highness like that?" Lin Dufang said fiercely, "Since you're the king of Bailiang and you have the world's strongest elite troops, then it's natural for you to win a great battle. In the past, the general even conquered half of the Central Plains. Why can't your Highness stop the Beimang barbarians now?" Yao Baifeng's face was filled with disbelief. Was there such a logic in the world? Su Beiji gloated. "Old General Lin's words are sincere." Wei Taizhan, who had the most peaceful temperament, hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Old Lin, we haven't even drunk yet. Why are you already talking about drunken talk? Your Highness, don't lower yourself to the same level as this stubborn bull. Old Lin has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. In fact, among us old fellows, when we're not in front of your Highness, he's the one who protects your Highness the most." Lin Dufang, who was exposed, glared at Wei Taizhan. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and smiled sincerely. He joked, "Old General Wei, I know. After all, old General Lin almost became my father-in-law. It would be strange if he doesn't side with me." Lu Yuanji said, "Your Highness is so handsome. Look at old Lin's ugly appearance. Even if he has a daughter, she's definitely not good enough for your Highness." Lin Dofang, who had long been accustomed to punching and kicking Lu Yuanji in his military life, almost wanted to kick Lu Laosan, who had nothing good to say. However, the young lord and Yao Baifeng were present, so he managed to hold himself back. Su Fengnian suddenly said softly, "Mr. Yao, I have a suggestion. Can the White Horse Academy arrange for some scholars to go to the private schools in the villages outside Liangzhou City regularly to give lectures to the poor children? The content of the lectures doesn't need to be too detailed. First, it won't delay the scholars' studies in the academy. Second, the children won't understand the profound content. Because I hope that the future scholars in Bailiang can understand the local customs of the Central Plains as early as possible. I hope that they will know that there are many strange things in the world outside their hometown of Bailiang. I hope that they will have the ambition to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Therefore, the scholars of the academy can give lectures at will, even if it's just casually telling the children about the local food of the Central Plains. It will be fine. Su Fingnian was silent for a moment and said tentatively, maybe it's a little overkill. If the scholars of the academy are not willing to do it, I can give the Tide Listening Pavilion's collection of books as a reward for the lectures. As soon as the words came out, Yao Baifeng was in a daze and didn't say anything for a long time. In the open space in front of the library, the young scholars helping to dry the books in the autumn sunshine might not be able to hear the content of the conversation, but everyone could see the scene. An old scholar sat at the head of the table with a clear conscience. The generals of Bailiang, who had killed countless people, sat on his left and right. A king who had the power of 300,000 cavalrymen sat quietly on the edge. Then, the young people saw another scene. The Confucian grandmaster, who had students all over the world, slowly stood up and bowed respectfully to the young king. He lowered his head with tears in his eyes and said in a trembling voice, I, Yao Baifeng from the White Horse Academy, greet the king of Bailiang on behalf of all the scholars of Bailiang. Chapter 1824. Today, since the opening of the great Peace City Spiritual Cultivation Hall, it welcomed a small court meeting with the most people. Head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, Assistant Minister of the Secretariat Zhao Yiling, Assistant Minister of the Secretariat Huan Wen, Assistant Minister of the Minxia Province Huan Wen, Assistant Minister of the Left Scattered Cavalry Chen Wang, Minister of the Ministry of Personnel Yin Mao Chun, Minister of the Ministry of War, and General of the Southern Expedition Wu Zhongshuan, Grand Secretary of the Hall of Wu Ying Wen Shouren, Grand Secretary of the Cavern Pavilion Yen Jieshi, Commandery, Prince of Changshan Zhao Yang, Duke of Yin Country Gao Shizhi, Marquis of Huayang Songdowning, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Tang Tais Huang, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights Jean Lanting, and so on. The former Qingzhou General Hong Lingshu, who had been transferred to the capital to receive the title of General Pacifying the South, the current Jidushi Kai, Nen of the two Huaidao, the administrator Han Lin, and Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong, who had gone to Jizhou to take charge of the northern border defense, were all unfamiliar faces. They were all gathered in one place, the civil and military resplendent. After leaving court, the young emperor of Liang, Zhao Xuan, changed into a set of casual clothing from the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau. Although it was not as glorious and majestic as the court and auspicious clothing, it had the unique charm of Jiangnan. The Central Plains were plunged into chaos. The hundreds of thousands of elites that had left Nanjiang were like a hot knife through butter. They passed through 4 provinces, sweeping everything before them, and crossed the Guangling River almost without any resistance. In the capital of the Old West Chu, they faced off against the Liang Imperial Court north and south. The spring snow-building incident caused the careful planning of the court in Guangling Dao to go down the drain. Not only were the 2 civil and military leaders of Guangling Dao prisoners, more importantly, a large group of Liang generals and officials who surrendered to the Jiangshi of West Chu were all controlled. This caused Zhao Zhuan to almost completely take over Guangling Dao without any bloodshed. The good situation that Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Xingxiang, and Yen Zhenchuan had worked so hard to build up became a wedding dress for someone else. Guangling Dao was once again corrupted. It could even be said that in one night, Zhao Zhuan almost owned half of the country. It was just that whether it was the morning court at the Wuying Hall or the small court meeting at the Recuperation Hall, the young emperor was not as flustered and exasperated as the Liang officials imagined. Not only was he calm and composed, he even did his best to conceal it and still revealed an appearance of eagerness. It was clear that this young literati emperor still had the valiant blood of the previous Zhao rulers flowing in his bones. At this time, The Zhao clan's emperor had in his hands an edict issued by a traitor to the world. The content was treacherous, listing the various crimes that he, the new Liang ruler, had committed after ascending the throne, including nepotism, unfair rewards and punishments, using traitorous officials, and internal strife within the Zhao clan. There were a total of 10 major crimes. The young emperor gently put down the edict and raised his head with a smile. It is said that this item is the work of that Song clan's eldest grandson, Northern Su, Southern Song, and Southern Song, Song clan descendant Song Yushu. His literary talent was outstanding, and even the great Peace City officials had long heard of him. Tananon, who had once personally praised Song Yushu, shot a glance at the inscribed board in the recuperation hall. Then he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "This kid can only write this kind of article full of hostility in the hands of an ordinary man like Xiao Bing. It is a pity that he is an unpolished piece of jade. If he had taken up a post in the Liang Imperial Academy or one of the newly established 6 pavilions, he would definitely be able to write an article that would be immortalized for generations to come. Not only would he be able to help the people, but he would also be able to secure a place in the literary world." The young emperor nodded. "It is a bit of a pity. Not long ago, I promised Attendant Yen that I would definitely recommend this Song clan jade tree-born in Jiangnan's scholarly circles. I reckon it will be delayed for a while." The Attendant Yen that the emperor spoke of was, of course, the new noble of the Imperial Academy, Yen Qiji. Currently, the Imperial Academy had recently built 6 new offices in the 6 departments of the Shangshu province. Servants of all ages were assigned to different classes to prevent the most noble officials of Liang, who were regarded as the prime minister, from becoming a chatterbox. Yen Qiji was temporarily in charge of the affairs of the 6 departments. Although he did not have the title of an official, his path of advancement was already very clear. Compared to the first 3 who had taken up posts in the 6 departments, Li Jifu, Gao Tingshu, and Wu Congxian, Yen Qiji was already showing signs of gaining the upper hand after striking. And the words of the young emperor revealed too many things that were worth thinking about. Other than the obvious intimacy he showed to his brother-in-law, Yen Qiji, the fate of the Guangling Path's Song clan seemed to have been decided at this moment. Since it was only delayed, then the Song clan, who had first joined the remnants of the Jiang clan and then joined the rebel lords, would still be able to escape after the rebellion was quelled due to the presence of Song Yushu, a young talent in the emperor's heart. Their path to promotion in Liang's officialdom would not be blocked and cut off. It was believed that after today's small court meeting, the Song clan thousands of miles away would be able to quickly hear of the thunderstorm from the palace and would most likely be relieved of a heavy burden. The young emperor looked at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Tai's-Huang, who was seated at the back, and asked gently, "Tang Tai's-Huang, when will the Pillar State leave Liaodong and enter the capital? Does the Ministry of War have any definite news?" Tang Tai's-Huang was somewhat anxious and answered carefully, "I only know that the Pillar State has replied to the Ministry of War that the 2 Liao borders are urgent. Beimang's Eastern Front Commander-in-Chief, Wang Sui, has been making a lot of movements recently and seems to have the intention of mobilizing troops. The Pillar State must make proper arrangements before leaving." The young emperor made a sound of agreement and comforted him. "Order Gao Tingshu of the Ministry of War to draft a document and inform the Pillar State that there is no need to rush to the south. The 2 Liao borders have always been the most important matter in our dynasty. We must not lose the big picture for the small." Tang Tai's-Huang accepted the order in a deep voice, but his heart became heavier. The more amiable his majesty was, the less confident he, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who had the word party-oriented plastered on his forehead, felt. There was a saying in the great Peace City officialdom called, "After Gu Jiantang, the Ministry of War had no luck. This was referring to the important people in charge of the Ministry of War after Gu Jiantang. Almost none of them had a smooth career. Minister Liu Baijie was first transferred to Guangling and then became a captive of the King of Yan in the Spring Snow Building. Assistant Minister Su Gong was first sent to Liaodong. In name, he was helping the emperor patrol the northern pass, but in reality, he was excluded from the officialdom of the capital, especially the center of the court. Lu Xingxiang had led the southern expedition as an assistant minister, but from start to finish, he had very little military service. If it were not for the fact that he sent troops without permission later on, he probably would have become the laughingstock of the world. As for Chen Jibao, between the two ministers Gu Jiantang and Liu Baijie, he had been granted the title of King of Western Shu. Originally, he had been favored greatly. In the end, he had mysteriously rebelled with Xiao Bing of the southern border. In the end, it was not a good ending. It was not easy to live in the capital, and it was not easy to be an official in the capital. Tang Taizuang glanced casually at Kainan, who was standing slightly in front of him. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Last time, Wei Dong, Dong Gong, Huang Gong, and the other old subordinates of General Gu had come to the capital and parted on bad terms. This time, Kainan had no intention of visiting Tang Taizuang. She stayed at the Lianhuai Road station in the capital and lived in seclusion. The young emperor turned his head and smiled at the Minister of Rights, Sima Puhua. In the third year of Xiangfu, the Ministry of Rights had been raised to the same level as the two ministries of civil service and military affairs. It was higher than the three ministries of civil service, and labor. Sima Puhua naturally enjoyed many of the benefits of Lu Daolin and Yuan Gua, the two former ministers. It was not without reason that the current emperor was viewed as a literati emperor by the Central Plains. Although he did not necessarily look down on military officials, it was clear that he valued civil officials. The relocation of the Hanlin Academy and the elevation of the Ministry of Rights were clear evidence. The young emperor looked at the high official of the Ministry of Rights and said earnestly, "The examination will be held at the beginning of spring next year. The Ministry of Rights has an unshirkable responsibility. Have you decided on the candidates for the position of president and vice president? This time, the scale of the spring imperial examination has expanded greatly. The number of scholars is unprecedentedly large. Minister Sima, you still need to provide a detailed constitution as soon as possible. Other than the fact that I will personally look through it, the Ministry of Rights might as well hand the constitution over to Tantanan, Minister Yin, and the other seniors who have presided over the spring imperial examination many times." The old man, who was probably the most hopeless among all the ministers of the Ministry of Rights in Liang, said in fear and trepidation, "Your Majesty, the spring imperial examination that is held once every 3 years is related to the continuation of our dynasty's cultural heritage. Although I have been in the Ministry of Rights for many years, I have never had the experience of presiding over the spring imperial examination. Moreover, in terms of experience, I admit that I am far inferior to Tantanan and Minister Yin in terms of familiarity with the operation of the spring imperial examination. In terms of knowledge, I am even inferior to the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and Grand Secretary 1. In terms of ability, I am also inferior to Qin Xiaobao and Minister Yan, who are young talents in their prime. Your Majesty, I do not know how to choose the president and vice president together with my colleagues in the Ministry of Rights. It is not that Li Yang is a talented person, but it is just like hanging a large bead curtain at the door of a small house. It is a dazzling lineup that is truly too much for the eyes to take in. I do not know how to choose. Therefore, I dare to say that Your Majesty has personally selected the candidates for the spring imperial examination. Tantanon listened to the heartfelt words of the Minister of Rights behind him. He could not help but turn his head and look over, giving him a thumbs up. This flattery had flattered many people in an instant. Chapter 1825. In response to Tantanon's gesture, Sima Puhua smiled foolishly. His eyes were sincere and impeccable. The young emperor gathered his sleeves and smiled slightly. I will not add to the matter of the candidates for the spring examination. It will still be decided by the Ministry of Rights. If you have a headache, Minister Sima can communicate more with Tantanon when you return. However, in my opinion, apart from the fact that the chief examiner for the examination needs to be of virtue and prestige, we can make an exception for the specific candidates responsible for marking the examination papers. There is no need to pay attention to seniority. The Ministry of Rights, the Hanlin Academy, and the Imperial College can each choose a few young people to take up the posts. Sima Puhua, whose face was full of admiration, quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The young emperor turned his gaze, and with great difficulty found Hong Lingshu, who seemed out of place in this small court. After all, Hong Lingshu was an official who had just entered the capital from a local area. Hong Lingshu was also one of the leaders of the Green Party. The Green Party had many ups and downs during the reign of Yonghui, especially after Liu Feiqi of the Pillar of Shangwa chose to marry into the Su family of Beiliang. The Liu family moved to the northwest, causing all the officials in Qingzhou to feel insecure. Fortunately, not long ago, old assistant minister Wen Tai had been promoted from an external post to the Jinggan Dao administrator. Only then did the people calm down. However, this was Hong Lingshu's first time in the capital, and he was not accustomed to the crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the capital. The young emperor's voice grew softer and softer as he said slowly, "Has General Hong's residence in Taiyan City been renovated?" Hong Lingshu, who had originally thought that he was just accompanying the crown prince in his studies, was overwhelmed by the favor. "Your Majesty, the residence that the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue helped to arrange is excellent. I did not need to make any changes at all. The family members who came with me were full of praise. Your Majesty's kindness is vast and mighty. I am moved to tears." The young emperor smiled. Assistant Minister Tang put in a lot of thought into this matter. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Hearing this, Hong Lingshu immediately cupped his fists in thanks to Tang Tai's Huang beside him. The latter only cupped his fists in return and did not speak politely. The former was relatively simple and fast, but there was a big bottleneck between the assistant minister and assistant minister. The latter emphasized being down-to-earth and slow, but as long as one became one of the three generals of Pingzhen, his future would be assured. As long as he could hold on, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and move up step by step. On the other hand, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War still had to go to the local area to take up the position of deputy judushi. In the end, they would have to fight for the position of Minister of War based on their own abilities. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. However, for Hong Lingshu to be directly promoted from a general of a province to a general of Pingzhen was not a very reasonable promotion. It was reasonable because the imperial court needed to use the Green Party in the hinterland of the Central Plains to pacify the people when thousands of scholars from the Central Plains were rushing to Beiliang. Wen Tai, who left the capital, and Hong Lingshu, who entered the capital, were like this. Although Hong Lingshu was a proper outsider, he was not optimistic about the prospects of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Tai's Huang. On the one hand, Wu Zhongshuan appeared out of nowhere. On the other hand, Tang Tieshuang's faction was too strong. Hong Lingshu's identity as the Green Party could sometimes help balance the imperial court. However, Assistant Minister Tang's identity as a general of the Gu party meant that as long as the pillar of state Gu Jiantang was alive, Tang Taizuang would not be able to reach the top of the imperial court. The imperial court could tolerate a pillar of state who led the military of two Liao provinces to live under the same roof as a General Tang who led the iron cavalry of Liaodong. However, they would never allow a minister of state Tang to work together with General Gu. Hong Lingshu would not be grateful just because Tang Taizuang had spent a lot of effort on his residence but kept it a secret. However, the emperor seemed to casually reveal it in public. Hong Lingshu had to think about it carefully. The young emperor picked up the imperial edict again. His expression became serious. He sneered. Zhao Bing is a vassal of the Zhao family, but he wants to be a traitor. I can tolerate the Guangling Path Rebellion. I can tolerate the civil and military officials who defected to the Jiang family of West Shu. I can't tolerate the people of Guangling Path who were caught in the chaos of war. However, I can't tolerate Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu. The monarch of Liang paused. Wu Zhongshuan. The burly Wu Zhongshuan said in a low voice, "I'm here." The young emperor said expressionlessly, "Minister Wu, please explain the situation of Guangling Path to my beloved officials." Wu Zhongshuan said slowly, "Currently, the traitor Zhao Bing has a total of 110,000 troops stationed in the north of Guangling Path. In the following half a year, there will be at least 40,000 Nanjiang barbarians entering the north of Guangling River. The traitor Chen Jibao, excluding the 20,000 Shu troops, will have 30,000 Shu troops rushing to Guangling Path. In addition to the original Zhenan General Song Li and the original Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan, as well as the newly absorbed remnants of the West Shu rebels, by the end of the fourth year of Xiangfu, the number of rebels will reach 260,000. Currently, the imperial court only has 120,000 soldiers guarding Guangling Path. Although the rebellion of the two kings had already made Great Peace City feel uneasy, when Wu Zhongshuan directly stated the number of troops on both sides, even when Shouren, an important official in the central government, felt fear. Furthermore, the older officials all knew the ability of the Yan King Zhao Bing. He was a martial artist who had once fought side by side with a certain cripple Rintu. There was also another matter that was understood. Beside the Yan King, Zhao Bing stood a Chen Jibao, a white-robed war saint who controlled all the soldiers of West Shu, Changshan Commandery Prince Zhao Yang, Yan Country Duke Gao Shizhi, and Huayang Marquis Song Downing, these three martial artists who had also experienced the fires of war in the spring and autumn period were all worried. Zhao Yang was one of the top 10 generals in the spring and autumn period. The more so, the more the old man understood the danger of Guangling Path. Qi Yanglong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "General Gu is leading an elite force south to quell the rebellion, but it is not necessary to immediately enter the battlefield. The imperial court is training soldiers at this time. At present, the heart of the army is not with the imperial court, but with the rebel army. Fortunately, the hearts of the people are with the imperial court and not with Zhao Bing and Chen Jibao. Back then, Su Zhao's situation was even better, but he still didn't rule by drawing a river. He was unwilling and unable to do so. Now it's only 20 years later, not 200 years later. The ambitious Zhao and Chen vassal kings are just continuing the game of chess that has already been decided 20 years ago, as long as, at this point, the head of the secretariat suddenly fell silent. Tantanon continued, "As long as the Beiliang cavalry does not rebel and continue to hold back the pace of Beimang's invasion to the south, allowing Gu Jiantang to have time to go south to quell the rebellion, the Zhao and Chun kings will be short-lived. For some reason, this as long as caused many of the nobles and officials in the Cultivation Divine Hall to feel a strange meaning. If Beiliang was not willing to fight to the death with Beimang and abandon the northwest, retreated 1,000 li south, and then conspired with the Yen king, Zhao Bing, on the Central Plains? What would the imperial court do? It should be known that after Wen Tai and Ma Zhongxian, the Jidushi and administrator, arrived at Jinggan Road, the matter of the grain entering the cold, as expected, was bumpy and slow. Who would have thought that 20 years of peace and prosperity would be turned upside down overnight? It turned out, unknowingly, the length of the Liang kingdom was once again tied to a person surnamed Su. This truth made most of the people in the Cultivation Divine Hall feel extremely humiliated. For example, the head of the 12 scholars Wen Shouren, the imperial relative Yen Jieshi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites Enchanting, and others. There was an extremely vulgar saying in the countryside of Liang: "Without Butcher Zhang, could it be that you can't eat pork?" Now, it seemed that it was really possible. Without Butcher Su to help kill people, the official status may not be stable. Wen Shouren, the Grand Secretary of the Wuying Palace, was pale. Yen Jieshi, who looked down on His Royal Highness for many years, was gloomy. Enchanting was even more livid. Kainan quietly lowered his head, his expression dark and unclear. Administrator Han Lin, whose relationship with Kainan had improved greatly after the battle with the great Snow Dragon Cavalry, had a complicated expression. At this time, the young emperor smiled. The Su family has guarded the northwest for 2 generations. In the second year of Xiangfu, the Beiliang Frontier Army contributed greatly, so the imperial court should reward them. Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao, and other Beiliang generals have died on the battlefield. I'm prepared to write a decree to confer titles to all Beiliang generals, including these 2. I also plan to give the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, the title of Pillar of the State. The Zhao family's emperor squinted his eyes and looked over. The entire hall was stunned. Chapter 1826. Thank you all for supporting me and my work in the snow during the year-end inventory. As soon as he heard that His Majesty was going to return the title of Pillar of State to the Su family, the Grand Secretary of the Wuying Palace, Wen Shouren immediately looked extremely embarrassed. This old and stubborn official, who had once become famous all over the world for carrying the coffin and remonstrating Su Shao to death, began to tremble all over. The leader of the clear stream in the officialdom, who had always given people the impression that he was still vigorous despite his age, finally looked somewhat like a candle in the wind. In the Liang dynasty, although the Zhang and Gu palaces were already like passing clouds, each had its own legacy. For example, when Wang Xiongui, the former Minister of Revenue, became Zhang Lu's successor, even though he was sent to the Guangling circuit, he still managed to win over a large group of civil officials from the spring of Yonghui around him. Tang Taizuang, Dong Gong, Huang, and other military generals entered the capital from the border. The same was true for the Green Party. The Assistant Minister of Personnel, Wen Tai, and Hong Lingshu's promotions all belonged to the same origin. In fact, apart from these 3 parties, there was another party that was even more secretive and had even more complicated origins. It was the Anti-Su party headed by Wen Shouren, with Enchanting, the Assistant Minister of Rites, as his hidden successor, and Gao Tingshu of the Ministry of War as the backbone. These people came from all over the world and had no friendship with their hometown or the same age. There was a great disparity in seniority, and their backgrounds were completely different. The former general of the North, Ma Lulang, was also one of the backbone who did not show his face. These people might have different opinions on many military and state matters, but they always maintained a tacit understanding on one matter, and that was to do their best to suppress the reputation of the Beiliang Su family in the Liang imperial court and the Central Plains. Simply speaking, this group of people had a bone-deep obsession with how to squeeze out the Su family and father. When the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was still alive, he still had misgivings and did not dare to put his personal interests over his official duties. After the blue-eyed woman, who had once blocked out the sky and covered the sun in the Liang imperial court, passed away, and Tanhanon broke off with her early on, this group of people seemed to be able to see the clouds and see the moon, and they became more and more unscrupulous in their actions. For example, this time, the matter of the imperial court setting 1,000,000 dan of grain to cool down before autumn, it was precisely because of the spread of these deeply rooted large trees in Great and City that they brought back a lot of solemn gossip to Jinggan Road, especially Qingzhou's Xiangfan, as well as all kinds of inside information that did not need to be said out loud. As a result, less than half of the grain had slowly made its way to Beiliang. As for when it would arrive at the granary in Lingzhou, the grain officials who had rested on the grain transport for 20 years naturally had all kinds of skilled excuses to deal with the imperial court's Ministry of Revenue. Moreover, the Ministry of Revenue only sent a few letters every few days that seemed to be strictly worded. How could they really investigate the officials for failing to do their duty? Who did not know that the Ministry of Revenue had always been seen as Zhang Lu's last defensive position? The officials who held real power in the Ministry of Revenue were almost all scholars who had emerged from the spring of Yonghui. Everyone saw themselves as the old Grand Secretary's disciples when the former minister Wang Xiongui was in the capital. Even though he was not very close to the famous Wen Shouren, Wang Xiongui had always had a bad impression of the northwest border. In addition, his son Wang Yiling had formed a deep grudge with the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian. This was a topic that everyone in the capital knew about. Most importantly, although the matter of the grain entering the capital and suddenly changing its route to the northwest had long been independent of the Ministry of Revenue, how could the Ministry of Revenue, which was nominally in charge of taxes, not really have anything to do with it? To be precise, the entire Ministry of Revenue's hands and feet were very clean on the surface, but many of the Ministry of Revenue's high-ranking officials were not necessarily clean. Once the transportation of the grain deviated from the familiar path of the officialdom, it would inevitably lead to the loss of countless vested interests. Once the transportation of the grain from the capital to the two Liao provinces was divided into 3 provinces and 1 Beiliang, it would become a rule. This meant that the annual dividend of 1,000,000 shur of grain would go down the drain. Among the large group of meritorious families in Great and City behind the high-ranking officials of the transportation of the grain were the Duke of Yen, Gao Shi, and the Marquis of Huayang, Song Downing. When the old emperor of Liang first gave out titles to meritorious officials, according to Yuan Bunchi's plan, it was roughly the civil officials were given power and the military officers were given money. The Prince of Changshan, Zhao Yang, was also in this group. A large group of manners, such as Gao Shi and Song Downing, were able to get involved in the transportation of the gold rolling in. However, Gao Shi and Song Downing ate better and did not get a large share. In these years, they had intentionally or unintentionally instructed the people in charge of the transportation of the grain to keep a low profile. The gradual withdrawal of these 2 dukes and marquis also led to the rising arrogance of many other families. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were insatiably greedy. The reason why Zhang Julu's reorganization of the transportation of the grain and the officials was difficult was because these 2 matters had almost offended both high and low levels of the Liang officialdom. Although there was not a strong backlash, it was not very effective. After all, there were no free people in the officialdom. After Zhang Julu was sent to prison, the entire imperial court was as silent as a cicada in winter. During this period of time, there was no doubt that the blue-eyed boy's best friend Huanwen chose to stand on the sidelines and watch with folded arms. And there was also the fact that Zhang Julu allowed Zhang Lu to fall apart. But wasn't it also because of the selfishness of those Liang civil and military officials who felt that they had no day to see the light of day? Who would think that dealing with the Su family in the northwest would be an easy and pleasant matter? Who would dare to rigidly apply the Liang officialdom's set of rules and regulations to the Beiliang Frontier Army? Who would have the guts to run to the Northwest Territory and ask the Sioux family's officials for kickbacks? Who would not be afraid that those Beiliang barbarians' heads would be chopped off? Therefore, one could well imagine the Ministry of Revenue's real attitude toward the matter of the grain going cold. Naturally, they would drag it out as long as they could, slow it down as long as they could. In fact, this strategy happened to coincide with the opinion that when Tai raised to His Majesty the Emperor's face during the small court assembly, suddenly the young emperor smiled and asked, "Kainan, Hanlin, the territory you two are in is closest to the Beiliang Road. What do you think of the second battle of Liangmang?" Moreover, in the first battle, Northern Liang's first-rate elite cavalry suffered very few casualties. Putting aside the fact that the Great Snow Dragon cavalry remained intact, those two heavy cavalry units that had always been kept secret from the outside were also accumulating strength and waiting to set out. Moreover, He Zhonghu and Zhou Kang's left and right cavalry did not participate in the first battle at all. On the other hand, in northern Meng, Yang Yuanzhan's entire army was wiped out at Gordmouth in Yuzhou. At that time, Lu Kuei's direct troops in Liuzhou on the western front also suffered rather heavy casualties, with nearly 10,000 Chang cavalry completely wiped out. Now, the second great battle has yet to officially begin. In the Battle of the Dragoneye Plains, putting aside the fact that Northern Meng's elite cavalry was almost completely wiped out, Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry scattered, and Dong Zhuo's private cavalry also suffered serious injuries. This is definitely an enormous hidden danger that Northern Meng still has a great advantage in terms of military strength on the surface. I believe that both sides in Liang and Meng will have a new set of considerations on this matter. The young emperor sighed softly, as expected of the Beiliang cavalry, the best in the world. The Beiliang cavalry, the best in the world. This phrase was not unfamiliar to the Central Plains, but might not be recognized. Perhaps today was the first time it had been publicly spoken by someone in the officialdom of Liang, and it was from the mouth of the Zhao Emperor. The administrator of the Two Rivers, Hanlin, was more refined than when he was in the capital. His skin was darker, and his aura had become steadier and more restrained. There was a rough and simple aura of the border around him, compared to when Shorin and Jean Lanting, who had been in the court for a long time, there was an indescribable feeling of distance between the two. Han Lin was one of the dozen or so administrators who had left Great Peace City to take up the post of a major official of a border. He was the one who had been promoted in name and in reality. The court had placed high hopes on him, and he had not been demoted from an important place. Li Yong favored this former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. The emperor of the Zhao family looked at this administrator, who would send secret letters to the capital every 10 days through the hands of spies. His gaze was gentle. Han Lin, you've worked hard this year. Han Lin bowed and said fearfully, I have betrayed your grace. The young emperor smiled. You have already done very well. If it weren't for Kai Nan, I'm afraid you would be the first administrator of Li Yang to die on the battlefield, and I would have lost an arm. Han Lin, in the future, you must not act so rashly. The loyalty of a civil official to the country is never on the battlefield. I have never doubted your loyalty. Otherwise, I would not have let you be the administrator of the border. Other than Tang Tai Huang, who had the title of minister in name, Wu Zhongshuan, who was not familiar with the affairs of the Yamen and was temporarily still the most powerful person in the Ministry of War, all the civil officials in the Hall of Cultivation were confused. Even Zhao Yang, Gao Shi, and Song Downing, who had gradually walked from behind the scenes to the front and regained control of the military power, did not understand why the emperor said this. However, For Han Lin to be able to receive such a direct verbal praise, it meant that this person was destined to return to the central government in the future. Perhaps he could even successfully control one of the 3 provinces. This was indeed something that no one had expected. After all, Han Lin was a student of Zhang Lu in his early years. However, compared to Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, he seemed to be lacking in ability. Compared to Yuan Gua, he was also inferior in terms of knowledge. Even compared to Wang Xiongui, he had many disadvantages. Perhaps this was the so-called great talent matured late. There were many examples of people in the officialdom who were proud of their achievements one day but would be punished the next day. On the contrary, Han Lin, who was calm and steady, had more potential. After a seemingly casual discussion between the emperor and his subjects, the young emperor once again brought up the matter of awarding the young king Su Fengnian as the most outstanding military official of the Great Pillar State. This time, the hall was still silent. However, compared to the previous surging undercurrent, the eyes of many of the officials clearly showed a hint of resignation. The young emperor's fingers lightly stroked the imperial edict on his knee. The Ministry of Revenue will draft a constitution and send it to the Hall of Cultivation. If there are some local resistance, the Ministry of Revenue can discuss with Assistant Minister Tang of the Ministry of War. In short, I guarantee that when the imperial edict reaches Bailiang, the grain will cool down before the imperial edict.